And now the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Of Nighthawks.
All members except for Dr. Fielding are present and accounted for, and we do have quorum.
Find clean water.
With that, I'll close agenda item number 1 and move to agenda item number 2. This is public comment that is only for agenda items. Anyone wishing to speak should be logged into the WebEx listed on our website and on Facebook. Any attendee that wishes to speak, please use the raise hand option in WebEx. Staff will call out your name before they unmute you. Please remember to state your name, spell your last name, address, and agenda item that you're discussing. You will be limited to 3 minutes. However, if your comments are going to go over 3 minutes, you can submit the remaining comments in writing. Do we have any public comments?
I'm going to stop sharing for a second so I can see those public comments. In fact, I might so I believe I'm going to make Michael, I'm going to change your role to host for a minute.
Hey, just wanted to make sure you're getting audio. I know we weren't getting audio there for a second. Okay.
Perfect.
And I'm the event host for some reason.
I swapped you
just a second. Thanks. Bye.
I swapped you the host. I want to see Jared has a exclamation.
Oh, sorry. Was I unmuted there?
You are. You're all right.
Sorry. I thought I had myself muted.
So Jared has a exclamation point up. Does that mean that Jared has raised his hand?
That just, if you're looking at the attendee list, that just means they're paying attention according to WebEx.
Okay. So attendees, if anyone would like to make a public comment, you are going to do your raised hand. You should see that at your bottom right-hand corner. If you're looking at a participants list. And I am currently seeing none. So I think we're going to move forward, Tennille.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will close agenda item number 2 and we will move to agenda item number 3. This is for possible action. It's approval of the agenda. All committee members have been provided a copy of the agenda. Are there any changes or proposed changes to the agenda from committee members and staff?
No.
Nope.
All right, seeing none, I will take a motion for approval of the agenda in a second.
I move to approve.
Thank you, Harold. Can you state your first and last name on that?
My name is Harold Bradford.
And do we have a second?
Linda Smith will second.
Thank you. With that, the agenda is approved and we will close item number 3 and move to item number 4. Item number 4 is for possible action. It is for review and approval of the minutes for the October 28th, 2020 meeting. Committee members did have a copy provided to them. We take a few more minutes to review that again. Are there any proposed changes to the minutes?
Linda Smith looked over them and everything looked good, so I make a motion to approve the minutes. Caressa Royce, second.
Thank you. With that, the minutes from the October 28, 2020 meeting are approved. We will close item number 4 and we will move to item number 5. Oh, and
All right,
I'm
thank
going
you.
to open item number 4 and I'm going to ask all that are in favor and approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There being none, the minutes are approved and item number 4 on the agenda is closed. We will move to item number 5 now, which is the presentation by staff about the process of achieving the 1 October Memorial goals. This is not an action item, but will allow for discussion.
Perfect. Thank you, Tanil. Tammy, if you can share my PowerPoint.
Give me 1 second, it's still loading.
Yeah, you're great.
Is it on the screen?
It is?
Okay.
Great. Thank you all. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me speak to you today. Before discussing the process, it's important to remind all of us of the goals that the committee adopted last month. Those goals are: 1, to lead a process in which input and engagement from victims' families, survivors, first responders, and community members will inform the creation of a permanent 1 October Memorial that will serve as a place to reflect on those lost and to celebrate the unmatched strength of our community. Goal number 2 is to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners plans for a site, design, programming, and ongoing maintenance needs for a permanent memorial, as well as funding solutions. With the goals fresh in our mind, I want to present to you today a theoretical process to achieve the goals of the 1 October Committee. I want to first start with a disclaimer. Many of these concepts that I will present today have not been discussed with you, the board members, the committee members, and I assume you'll have many questions. As such, I will ask that you note your questions and save them for the end of the presentation. I have tailored this theoretical process using guidelines that are traditionally used by Clark County. At some point, this committee may adjust this process to better fit an outcome that has yet to be determined. With that said, the government does utilize best practices for procurement, and we do it in a comprehensive and thoughtful way. The process can be long, but it is very fair and clean process, which I know that this committee supports. Like all public art projects, no two are the same. In addition to county standards, I've also gathered information I've gained through newspaper and scholarly articles, and from speaking to people who have gone through some type of process to create their community memorial. I want to start from the beginning because I think it is essential to capture what the board has achieved so far. Then we can move to what we have done, what could be done in the future. The Board of County Commissioners established the 1 October Memorial Committee in October 2019. The committee is comprised of a family member of the 58, a survivor, a first responder, the Resiliency Center's director, an artist, an architect, and an arts administrator. In late January of 2020, County hired Kuno Mathers to navigate the committee through this process. Due to COVID, there was a bit of delay to start meetings, but our first workshop took place in June, and we have met every month since. At those workshops, the committee had valuable time to get to know each other and was able to learn about 1 October through the Resiliency Center, the UNLV Oral History Department, the Nevada State Museum, and the Clark County Museum. We are still in our phase 1 of our process. And that phase 1, to remind you, is to complete these workshops, which we have done, start public meetings, which last month we started our first public meeting, and we need to develop an action plan for phase 2 and seek community input throughout. So that's where we're at in our phase 1. So our first meeting was last month. We established the committee chair and vice chair along with governing documents. Part of this process is to educate you, the board, and to educate our community as we go through this journey together. Today we have experts in the field of social services that are supporting our 1 October community. Soon, I want to bring in an expert in memorials to educate us on the different types of memorials available and look at other communities' memorial designs. It is important for all of us to understand the facts before it is decided what the 1 October memorial will be. After this, most likely, every other month, staff will ask people who have successfully created their community's memorial to speak about their experience. The intent is to bring in people who have successfully completed these memorials and can, through their experience, help determine the process needed to establish our own memorial goals. Now, I just said, decides our memorial goals. A successful public art project needs to identify goals. And while the committee has identified a mission and goals for the committee, it has yet to identify the goals for the memorial. Through this process of discovery and survey, the goals of the memorial should start to take shape. It is important to identify the goals, as these goals can be weighted in the scoring of the call for qualifications, commonly known as an RFQ. Before explaining RFQs, I want to touch on surveys, community outreach through town hall meetings, fundraising, and community education. Clark County is in the process of hiring a company to work with memorial experts and the committee to help develop a series of surveys that will roll out to our community. These surveys will help determine the experience, location needs, education needs, and maybe even final design. In addition to the surveys, I think it would be beneficial for the committee to hold town hall meetings, both in person when we can, and virtually, where the community can make a public comment about the memorial. I would recommend holding one per month once we have a survey rolled out to the public. Our next guest speaker this morning is Anita, and she's going to discuss our memorials, how memorials help in the healing process. These town hall meetings, I hope, will be a healing process for people. In addition, I can see the committee holding fundraising events and creating some type of public service announcement as an educational component. But these items have yet to be discussed and are really up to the discretion of the committee. So the recap thus far, through our process of discovery and community outreach, the committee will be able to identify goals, for the memorial that will be inputted in a document that will be sent out to the arts community as a call or a request for qualification, commonly called RFQ. In this RFQ, we need to identify a location, budget, experience, goals, evaluation criteria, maintenance, materials, and size. Once this document is complete, I would recommend that the committee reports to the Board of County Commissioners for approval to proceed. Once the RFQ is released and then closed, the jury, which I'm under the assumption at this time is the committee, will evaluate the applications and identify the semifinalists. These semifinalists are then traditionally compensated to create a design and give a public presentation. Then the jury, or if the committee chooses, a survey could determine the final design. The final design will need to be vetted by various Clark County departments for feasibility and safety concerns. And then the final design will then need to be submitted to the Board of County Commission for approval. So that was a lot. Thank you, everyone.
Mickey,
Yep.
before we move forward with Anita's presentation, I need to go back to item agenda number 3 and get a vote. Item agenda number 3 was approval of the agenda. We had a motion and we had a second, but we did not get a vote. So at this time, I will ask the committee to all indicate with yay if they approve the agenda.
Yay.
Yay.
Yay. And any opposed at this time? No, thank you. So item number 3, the agenda is approved, and we can go back and proceed with Anita's presentation.
Okay,
Thank you.
would you want to discuss what I talked about with process before you move to the next agenda item?
Yes, absolutely. So I really appreciate this presentation, Mickey. I think it gives a very good overall viewpoint of the process, so we can kind of break it down into chunks and see where we're starting from, but with the vision of knowing where we're going and what the deliverable is going to be. So that was really helpful. I just want to talk a little bit about kind of where we are right now with the discovery and the community outreach, and just how important this aspect is for healing for all those that have been impacted, and how it really is going to be essentially the foundation of this project. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. Is there any more discussion or comments from members of the committee on Mickey's presentation?
Hi, it's Caressa. I just wanted to touch base on the town hall concept. I know that you mentioned, Mickey, that folks will be able to provide public comment during that time. Will town halls also include presentations and kind of educational aspects, or can you provide more color onto what that would look like?
I guess it could. I think that would be up to the committee. I think that in town halls, the committee should identify at least 2 members to be at each one of those, so you could alternate through the 7 of you. And I think it's an opportunity for us to just have good conversations. Hey, this is where we, wherever we are in our steps. So say it's our first one, well, we recap what we've talked about in our meetings. We let people know where the website is, encourage the sign up for the surveys. And then honestly, I just think it's a part of healing to listen to people, listen to what they say about the memorial, they say about their experience with this tragedy. And it's a way for us as a community to come together and, you know, really meaningful conversations happen. So yes, I do think if the committee identifies some educational components or identifies some public speakers, I think that's a great idea. And I would say too, on this town halls, I would definitely be rotating. I've lost my train of thought. Oh, I would definitely be rotating the days and times and locations. You want to make it accessible to all. And I think, obviously, WebExes are going to be really impactful for that. To do a very early morning one so that people from, you know, our countries over in Europe can join in.
Thank you, Mickey.
Mickey, can I just get clarification on that? So are you saying that our meetings that are scheduled for the fourth Wednesday of every month, we should rotate those? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's just for the town halls. Our meetings should stay the same. That is the consistent. So if people need to get a hold of this committee, and mind you, people can make public statements in these open meetings as well, right? But the town halls are more of a intimate setting. I think it's a little bit more, you know, instead of you back behind a dais, we're together. And that's hard to say with COVID happening, but in a different time, we would have had a better connection with our community.
You know, and this Tanil Pereira for the record, I think also we need to kind of brainstorm ideas of how to best engage the impacted community, all those impacted. I know that we've talked about town halls, which I think are going to be really, really useful. Surveys, but also other outreach and kind of the outreach messaging so that we can reach as many people as possible. I know at the Resiliency Center, we have a pretty large database. And we also work with the group in California. And we can kind of put it out that way also. But I also think we'll need to utilize the county's PIOs to kind of get, I know they started, kind of a campaign to engage as many as we can, but I think we need to just keep brainstorming too, other ways, how can we reach all those impacted and pull them in to engage in this process.
Yeah.
Harold Bradford here. I was also thinking radio. I'm sure that's a part of what we're all talking about, but radio is another avenue. And I think pretty much there's all these different radio stations that will that attract many different variations of the community. And I just recently had experience on the radio, and I was surprised as to the response that I received. So I'm thinking that would be a good avenue to engage in, because I'm sure we'll reach all kind of folks, driving, at work, and there's different types of talk shows. There's country music, soul music, R&B, all of, and all these different people have their own favorite stations that they listen to, so we can reach a whole I mean, pretty much everyone we need to from different backgrounds. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because I thought about it because of a recent experience I had.
Thank you, Harold. Do we have any more comments or discussion from committee members?
Would it be possible moving forward, something we can discuss? I know that a huge part of healing for this community is gathering for the anniversaries and those dates that are special to this group, and having maybe us sharing information at these types of events will help get the word out, and that is that is the community we're trying to reach. So I think that's something that we could note and just keep on our radar for next October for the next anniversary. Just keep in mind and start brainstorming what that looks like for us and where we need to be and where we need to be, whether it's speaking at one of the events or just providing information and updates on what's going on. I think that'll be a great way to get people plugged in.
Yeah, Tanil, prayer for the record. Chris, I really like that idea. I think that's a great idea. Hopefully, hopefully we're not in the same kind of COVID state in the next anniversary that we currently are, but I think that that could probably be doable because there are, community events, but we could kind of, have someone there spreading the word, but also there's a lot of survivor-led events. And, through the Resiliency Center, through you and through Minda, we could probably, share the information at those events also. Because what I've found at the center is a lot of the stuff is survivor and family led. And that gets the biggest kind of engagement. That's where they like to be, right? Is with one another. So I think that's a really good idea.
And I think it speaks to what Mickey said before too. It provides an opportunity for more, connection and meaningful conversations. My hope is that the community acknowledges and understands that we are a part of that community, right? We're not strangers. We're helping lead a process, but we are a part of this community. And I want everyone to feel safe and welcome and engaging with us and having open dialogue and communication. And so I think that going to the events and just being present with everyone would be a really great way for us to all connect and to make sure we're doing this to the best of our ability and as right as we can.
Yeah, Tanil Pereira for the record, absolutely. I think it will help also educate us and provide a viewpoint, right? Because everyone has their different experience and their different viewpoints, and that will help educate us and kind of open our eyes to all of those different viewpoints so that we can ensure we incorporate that into what we're doing. So, do we have any more comments from the committee members on making the presentation? No.
I wanna let the record show that Dr. Fielden is now with us. Welcome, Dr. Fielden. You're on mute right now, just so you know. I'm unmuting you. All right, Dr. Fielden, now you're unmuted.
Oh, hey, I just wanted to say hello. And hi, Harold.
Nice to see you.
It's good to see everyone.
I had a nice trip around town this morning.
You visited the government center and then got back down to Henderson.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess there was a little bit of issue with my PowerPoint, so I just want to let viewers know that the PowerPoint will be attached to the meeting minutes come next month, and so you'll be able to see the PowerPoints at that point. Okay?
All right, thank you, Mickey. If there's no more comments from the committee on this presentation, then I'm going to open it up for public comment on this agenda item only. If we have any public comment on this agenda item only, you have 3 minutes. If you have comments that will go over the 3 minutes, we just respectfully ask that you submit those in writing. And I believe you need to raise your hand and they can then identify you.
Okay, so let me find the, let me find, so now I can't find my participants at all. Let me see the attendees. You know, all attendees. I don't see anyone's raise. Oh, so Terry Davis is raising her hand. Terry, just so you know, I am going to unmute you now, and then we will set our timer for 3 minutes once you state your name, address, and go from there, okay? Hi, Terry.
Hi, my name is Terry Davis, and I live at 3912 Canyon Meadows Court here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I am a survivor of the Route 91 Harvest Festival mass shooting. Thank you for giving me this time to speak. I want to say, first of all, that I, along with many others, that the name of this committee in no way represents the memorial being planned. 22,000 plus people did not attend a day. We attended the festival, and each day we remember 8 lives tragically lost that night. We remember hundreds injured. We remember the thousands who somehow survived, not a day, but an event. When you look at other memorials day mass shooting, I would challenge you to find one name for the date of the event. There's the Borderline Memorial Healing Garden, the Grand Candela in honor of those lost at the Walmart shooting in El Paso, the Temple of Time at Marjorie's Home, the Virginia Tech Memorial, the Aurora Theater Shooting Memorial, Clear Commons for the Arapahoe High School shooting, and even going 21 years, there's the Columbine Memorial for the shooting at their school. On behalf of those I know and have come to call family since, that names be considered which represent the Route 91 Harvest Festival event, not the date. We didn't survive a date, we survived a mass shooting at an event, and each day we walk out our survival. And for those 58 families who lost their loved ones at that event, they deserve more than a date. Also, I would hope that at some point in taking into account our thoughts, you would find a way to include those who attended the festival and the families of those we lost that night. Find ways to allow us to vote on the ideas you put forth. As I'm sure Terry Keener can attest to, there are ways to contact us without the social media, radio, or any other way where people who are not survivors or families have found their way in. While the Route 91 Harvest Festival happened in Las Vegas, the greater Las population will not be the loud voice in these decisions. The Route 91 family should, as we are the ones who have been most affected, it should be enough that the city gets approval. Also, if you would like contact with others who have been on planning committee for some of the memorials mentioned above, I have personal direct contact with people who were heavily involved and would be willing to reach out. Having visited some of these memorials, I can tell you that they are beautiful, peaceful places where life is both honored and valued. On behalf of the Root family, I want to thank you for what you're here to do and hope that you can hear our hearts. We will forever remember that night, forever remember the things we have endured, and forever honor the 58 lives lost. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other public comments on that agenda item?
No, seeing none.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will move, we will close agenda item number 5, and we will move on to agenda item number 6. This is not an action item, and this is a presentation by Anita Ahuja, manager of the Mass Violence Response California Victim Compensation Board. She will be presenting to us today about mass violence memorials and some of the lessons learned there. We're very grateful, Anita, that you have agreed to do this presentation and bring your wisdom to the table. For anyone that doesn't know Anita, she has been working in this realm with mass violence for a really long time, and she's been involved and kind of been a leader in educating all of us that respond to these. She also co-founded the Leave No Victim Behind Mass Violence Conference, which is very impactful and has impacted a number of communities in trying to respond to mass violence. So I'm very grateful that you're here, Anita, to share your wisdom. And with that, I'll turn the time over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Tennille, for inviting me. It's an honor to be here with all of you today to share some lessons and best practices that the mass violence response community has learned over the years in planning memorials, specifically regarding the process. And before I start, Mickey, I wanted to ask if you're going to be able to advance my PowerPoint since I'm using a different document. I know we spoke about that last night. Otherwise, we could have the committee members refer to their packets because it's in there as well.
I am hoping so. I have just shared your PowerPoint right now. I believe everyone's seeing it. And
Okay.
let's do a little tester. Are people seeing the? All right, good.
Okay, that's great. And just a reminder, there's a video at the very end. So
I have it pulled up and loaded, and I think we'll be okay.
okay, sounds great. Thank you so much. So in terms of your process for creating a memorial for the Route 91 Harvest Festival concert shooting, the guiding principle, and you've already heard some about this morning, the guiding principle is to be victim-centric. Input from victims and survivors is really the #1 priority, and they need to help create a sacred space in remembrance, in observance of the incident and what happened during the incident, the lives that were lost, the people who survived, and the people who helped with assisting those who were impacted during that incident. Their voices need to be heard during the entire process because this really, in fact, is a partnership. So that's the #1 principle that's really been learned in many of these prior processes to create memorials around the country. Another key point is transparency. You want there not to be any surprises. And from step 1 for the entire process, be sure to share everything that's happening, including designs that are being considered, any changes to the design, that's very important, how the decision-making process is going to work, how the members of the committee are appointed or selected, and if you have multiple victim groups that have formed as a result of the incident, you want to make sure that they're all incorporated, that there's not just a limited one group, but everybody has equal access. Obviously, the goal of the memorial process is to develop a collective vision of what we want a memorial to look like. Diversity is another very key point. Those who are involved in the process, in addition to having the victims, they need to be representative of the victim population, those who were impacted, the families of those who died, first responders, survivors, the community members, and also the multicultural aspect, the culture that was represented, that is represented in your community, or cultures, I should say. So for example, The Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida in 2016. That was a Latino nightclub. And it was also a nightclub that was for the LGBTQ community. So those were two distinct populations that needed to be represented as the group went forward to create a memorial. So that's just one example of how you want to make sure your group represents the victim population. You also want to make sure that you have a realistic timeline. Just as a project for construction, you can plan on the fact that this process will take longer than you're anticipating. So give yourself a cushion for each phase of the process. Make sure you give yourself time to work out any issues that might come up, or if you need to recalibrate at some point. Don't worry about taking a little longer. You just want to make sure you're able to push through the process with integrity. The artists and the architects that you involve in the process, it's very helpful to have people who are in the local community who understand the vibration, the feeling of the community, its artistic style, and how they like to express their artistic style. I do want to share an example for you from the Columbine process to create a memorial. It's a 4-phase participatory process. And I'm just going to describe what the 4 different phases are. It's heavily focused on everyone being involved in this permanent community memorial. And the design evolved from a clearly defined participatory process that followed 4 phases. Decision-making and design centered, first around those that were most affected by the tragedy, the families of those killed. That was first and foremost. The second established priority addressed the injured individuals and their families. The third tier of the design workshops and survey data collection was held with past and present high school students, the staff, and the faculty. So they were incorporated in the 3rd phase of the process. And the 4th level of involvement brought the community members into the process through surveys and an open house. The memorial design process was developed utilizing feedback from those 4 distinct levels of participation. And the emphasis was always on those that were most directly affected by the tragedy. The evolution of the design responded to the priorities established from input, and it represents the Columbine area community in its forms, its ideas, and its materials. So moving on with other process recommendations, it's very important to have artists and architects involved who are able to collaborate with the victims and their families, who are open to hearing thoughts, suggestions, ideas, a different perspective, so that this truly is a collaborative design. One thing that's very key, and I believe your committee has done some of this already, is to develop a mission and vision statements that reflect the collective as a whole. The goal is to provide comfort and hope and facilitate ongoing healing. One lesson that's been learned from a school shooting in St. Cloud, Minnesota, is the memorial that you create. As we just said, your goal is to provide a place that brings comfort and healing. So the original memorial that was developed in St. Cloud, the placement of it was such that every morning when the kids were coming to school, they were reminded first thing as they entered school that there had been a shooting at their school and that people had died. And what you want to be careful of is that this memorial is not intended to be a dark reminder, but it's intended to be in a place where it's a sacred space that brings healing and comfort. But you want to be careful about where you place the memorial and the impact that you want it to have, and on which community of people you want it to have an impact on. Everyone who's involved in any aspect or phase of the process should be represented on the committee so that there are no surprises. So for example, if the city is making decisions on the site for the memorial, the funding, other key critical issues, they need to be involved from the start and hear from the victims and the collective vision from all. And the biggest example I can give you of how important this point is the September 11th memorial in New York. Unfortunately, what happened in that process, and you have to remember this was back in 2001 when this incident occurred, so a lot of learning has happened between then and now. But what happened is that the city was not represented in that committee that was working on the design and bringing people together. And they were brought in very late in the process. And what happened is their vision, their goals about where to put the site, about where to create the different aspects of the memorial, the money, all of that was very different and had a negative impact on the work that the committee had already done. And that collaboration really should have happened much earlier in the process. It took people by surprise and it really slowed down the progress on the project. Another process recommendation has to do with finances. What are your plans for fundraising? How will funds be raised? How will the memorial be maintained after the committee's work is done? Do you have a foundation that's already been created, or will you be creating one? And how will that fundraising arm work? Okay, so those were the process recommendations. Moving on to the actual creation of the memorial and some physical aspects. One important point is to make sure that the location of the memorial is accessible. And I'm not talking just about ADA compliance. I'm talking about the location of the memorial being easy to get to. You don't want to have a memorial that's 20 miles outside of town. A lot of times the memorials are placed where the incident occurred or they're a little removed, but just make sure that it is easily accessible. You want a place that provides a peaceful setting where people are comfortable gathering, a place that feels sacred and safe. Oftentimes the place has a combination of some very natural, soothing elements. There are some wonderful artistic features and elements that are reflective of the community. As you know, there are often temporary memorials that are created during the initial aftermath of an incident. And as you know, in Las Vegas, there's the Healing Garden, which it sounds like is going to continue to be some sort of a regular memorial in addition to the one that you're creating. For the Borderline Bar and Grill shooting, they have a beautiful memorial tree, and that's been serving as a gathering place for quiet observances on the 1 year mark and the 1 year mark of the incident and the 2 year mark. People continue to gather by that tree for quiet and group observances as well. So there is a need to really show regard for these temporary memorials and to preserve those as well. Another question is, do you want a museum in addition to a memorial? A place where you can archive different items that are reflective of the incident, of the victims, of the healing that has come, and so forth. And if you do, there are examples to look at. The 9/11 Memorial has a beautiful museum. The Oklahoma City Memorial has a museum. So it's really important to think about if that's something that you want to have. And you'll want to make sure that you have some archivists that are involved in your process as well. Do you want to record survivor stories? the victims' voices, the stories of the first responders. First responders are often recognized in these memorials. In the 9/11 Museum, they have a beautiful section in the museum where you can go and hear in people's voices the stories of people who died, the stories of those who survived. And I was able to experience that years ago, and it's just an extremely powerful way to commemorate those who lost their lives and those who survived, to learn and understand the impact of the incident. And in addition to the museum, what sort of educational programs would you want to provide for the public? Something else to think about. Okay, when you create the memorial, one key component is having a space for names. Usually the names are inscribed somewhere, either on a wall or on benches or whatever you might deem appropriate. Having a place for flowers next to names, a place to be able to place notes. One example, I don't know how many of you have ever traveled to Jerusalem, where they have the Wailing Wall, the wall, where people post prayers and notes. Those are the kinds of things that people like to see, where they can leave remembrances. A capacity for chairs, especially for large incidents. If you're going to have memorials and ceremonies at these physical memorial sites, you need to make sure that you've got physical space to bring in enough chairs for the largest number of people that you might want to accommodate. So that's another factor to consider. Do you want to have multiple memorials? For example, 9/11. 9/11 had a great impact because not only did you have tragedy occur in New York, you had tragedy occur at the Pentagon, you had tragedy occur in Pennsylvania outside of Shanksville, and you had a great number of people that were impacted around the country. California had a huge number of victims because all 4 planes that were hijacked that day were headed to California. And in fact, California does have their own memorial at the California Exposition Park in Sacramento. There's a World Trade Center Plaza that actually includes a steel beam from the World Trade Center. What's important to note, and it also has a beautiful bell that rings on the anniversary of 9/11, and a wonderful newspaper archive where there are several front pages of newspapers from 9/11 that are gathered in one location. That memorial was established independently. It was not in conjunction with the Memorial Planning Committee for New York. It just turned out that way. But I want to tell you that it has served very well as a place for victims and community members to come together and to remember in California. For 9/11, the Pentagon did create their own memorial, and so did Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But one component of the 9/11 committee was trying to figure out if they wanted to also create memorials in other locations. And a lot of the community members who lived in outlying areas said, no, we don't want to do that because we feel like it's going to minimize the effort. And they wanted to focus on the central location in New York. So that's something to keep in mind. For the Route 91 Harvest Festival incident, 65% of the victims are from California, most of them Southern California. So that's something to consider in your planning process as well. As I've mentioned before, the art and the design that you use in the memorial, you want to make sure it's representative of your community. What is your artistic style? And most importantly, what do you want people to walk away with when they visit a memorial? What is it that you want them to carry with them when they leave the memorial? So a few examples that I want to share. The Oklahoma City Memorial, 9/11, and Columbine in Littleton, Colorado. Here's a little bit of information about their mission and vision statements that they developed and their goals. The Oklahoma City Memorial, their goal for their memorial, the design, they wanted the design to be enduring, appropriate, and sensitive to those most directly affected by the bombing. For the 9/11 Memorial, it's located at the World Trade Center in New York City, and the 9/11 Memorial Museum tells the story of 9/11 through media, through narratives, and a collection of monumental and authentic artifacts that present visitors with personal stories of loss, recovery, and hope. For the Columbine High School shooting, their goal for the memorial was that they envisioned it to be a place of remembrance, peace, and spirituality. And they wanted the memorial to serve to provide comfort and hope for the community at large. So those are a few examples of the goals and mission and vision statements that have been developed. For the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, their memorial process, their focus is a process that memorializes the 49 angels taking in this local American and worldwide tragedy. And it's anchored by a singular purpose. And their purpose is to respectfully honor the victims' families, and all those affected by the Pulse shooting with the permanent national memorial and museum. So some additional recommendations are to create a website, such as the one that Columbine has in Oklahoma City, as well as 9/11. Make sure that you document the work of the committee. You may even want to have some videos that are put together with subject matter experts and committee members to talk about your work along the way during various processes and phases. Videos also with victims and survivors and family members. Also remember, as with anything else, it is usually impossible to make everybody happy. But usually as you come around and the memorial is created, if there's anyone who's unhappy, most of that dissatisfaction will dissipate. I have a few photos here of different memorials that are have either been created or are in the process. There's a couple of photos of the proposed Pulse nightclub memorial. The second photo of it, they really want it to be visible from miles away. So this is a photo from the distance, a design photo from a distance, so you can see what it would look like from miles away. And the Pulse Memorial is going to have 49 trees to mark the 49 people who lost their lives, 49 colors represented in water through pools and waterfalls. What I really want to make sure you know about their process is that it's an evolutionary design process, which means that they have a starting design which could morph into something else depending on the feedback that they get. They are taking feedback all along the way, but they are starting with a design which could end up being different by the end of the process. Their plan is to break ground in 2021 and to complete the memorial in 2022. The building is going to be, as you saw, a circular shape that can be seen for miles. It's going to also include a rooftop promenade with a special garden. And it will also have items that will be in remembrance of the 53 people who were injured, and also remember the first responders. For the September 11th memorial, the design competition was won in 2004, and by 2006, the cost for the memorial and related projects had nearly tripled. The ground had not been broken yet, and they were very much teetering on the brink of collapse. The architect that was selected for this design process actually lived in New York. He watched the second plane hit the World Trade Center from his roof on the Lower East Side, and he also saw the South Tower collapse. What's really interesting, just a little bit of information here, he is a former Israeli soldier and the son of an Israeli diplomat who was once an ambassador to the United States. So he brings a very unique background to the project. Some people along the way of the planning for this process say that it was always clear that there were too many people and organizations with conflicting interests that were involved in the World Trade Center site, that there were bound to be issues. And a lot of those issues had to do with a lack of collaboration between those in charge of the design and the art with the victim community. There had to be some learning in terms of the art of compromising and negotiation. So something to learn from that process. And again, I really want to reiterate the importance of having everyone who's going to be involved in the process to be involved from the start, early on, so that everyone's collaborating together and that there are no surprises. But we really want to make sure people understand it's a collaborative process, and even artists and architects have to be willing to look at the design and see if adjustments can be made. It's a growth process for certain. One of the things that had to be sacrificed during the design was something that was called the memorial galleries underground, that would have the names inscribed there around the waterfalls. That component had to be scratched, and part of it was funding issues. One thing that I want to point out is that the footprints of the World Trade Center towers, the two footprints, are where the two square memorials are. Those memorials have the names of all who died inscribed, and there are reflecting pools that are underground. The waterfalls feed into the pools, and there is also a 9/11 Memorial Plaza that has over 400 swamp white oak trees. One criticism, just for you to know, that's been shared by a few people in the victim community for 9/11, is that the way the square memorials are configured with the reflecting pools that are going down underground, some people feel that the image of the water going underground, it feels dark to them. So I just want to share that thought with you as you plan out your components for your memorials. It really is a beautiful memorial. I don't want to take away from that, but I just want you to be aware of some of the comments that have come forward. 9/11 Memorial was completed in 2011, which was 10 years later. As one architect said, the memorial has solidness, simplicity, and others. That's what he walks away from seeing that. And I think there's a couple of photos of the World Trade Center Memorial that you can show Nikki and Tammy. And then I do want to talk about the Columbine Memorial. If we can bring up that photo.
Cut it up.
Thank you. So the Columbine Memorial goal was to create a respectful place where family members, members of the community, and visitors could go to gain an understanding of the innocent victims of Columbine. And they wanted to create a memorial with content and purpose that was 100% derived from members of the Columbine community. And they wanted to keep with the natural forms that were found in the Columbine area, which is in Colorado. And another goal was to recognize and honor the deceased, the injured, the survivors, and the community members. An interesting component here is that they wanted to incorporate the Columbine Never Forgotten ribbon in the concept design for the memorial. And in the years since the tragedy, the Columbine ribbon, it had become a symbol of community unification and strength. The Never Forgotten ribbon was recreated in the paving, the landscape patterns of the memorial. So as you go into the memorial, there's a short, gentle decline as you cross the threshold. And as you cross over, it represents the solemnity of creating a quiet and respectful demeanor. The interior of the memorial is an oval stone outer wall called the Wall of Healing. And it's softened by a grove of trees in the center and low native plantings that are around the edges. There are steep landforms of the existing hills that gently fold back from the top of the outer retaining wall. These hills surround a majority of the memorial, embracing, comforting, and protecting the visitor and the community. As the memorial elements are revealed, the visitor notices the inner ring of remembrance and the outer wall of healing. At the core of the memorial, there is an intimate grove of trees that grows out of an oval of intricate landscape and stone paving, and the leaves soften the light surrounding the ring of remembrance. This low and elegant wall of stone invites you into a circle of stories. The stone is etched with words that are individual narrative remembrances of the deceased victims, remembrances by the victims' families. And while reading the remembrances, the visitor may be comforted by the sound of water coming from the nearby fountain. An intricate ribbon design, as we just mentioned, fills the center space and hugs the ring of remembrance. The tails of the ribbon, inscribed with the phrase "never forgotten," frame a connection to the outer wall of healing, becoming a symbolic link between the community and the deceased. And then forming the remaining structure of the memorial is the outer wall of healing. Native Colorado stone forms the space for the memorial out of the embracing hills and is etched with the words of the community. There is a variety of general text gathered from interviews of students, teachers, the injured and their families, and other community members telling diverse stories of healing, changes in the community, and hopes for the future. The wall of healing starts near the entrance to the memorial, and it climbs toward the back wall where the majority of the general text is found. There are low groupings of shrubs and flowers that soften the stone and create an inviting garden environment. Benches are also located in welcoming areas to allow visitors to sit in reflection and contemplation. And finally, in regards to the Columbine Memorial, there are overlooks along and on top of what's called Rebel Hill that provide panoramic views to the Rocky Mountains, the Eastern Plains, and the Columbine community. A walkway arcs along the top edge of the hills and connects the overlooks while providing an accessible route to the dramatic views on top of Rebel Hill. The exit to the memorial moves the visitor back through the entrance corridor and once again directs their view towards the Colorado foothills. And then moving on to the Oklahoma City Memorial, instead of my describing the elements of that memorial, We have a video that was shown on C-SPAN that beautifully describes how this memorial was created and what it represents. And so we're going to go ahead and share that with you now.
And what I'm told, Anita, is we may not be able to hear the audio for this. So we're going to try it. If not, then we will post this on our Facebook and get it out to people at a later time after the meeting.
Okay.
But let me go ahead and get it. Let me go ahead and try to get this up and going. So let me get this shared.
Sure.
Fareed Mohammadi, we're going to be talking about.
Do you guys hear?
Yes.
Awesome.
And what's happening there in relation to our relationship with the countries in the Middle East. We'll be right back. On April 19, 1995, a truck bomb destroyed the Alfred P. Murrah building in Oklahoma City. At the time, it was the worst act of terrorism ever committed in the United States. Anniversary of the bombing, the site of the former Murrah building was dedicated as a national memorial.
I know there are still days when the old anger wells up inside you. Still days when tears fill your eyes, when you think your heart will surely break. On those days in the future, I hope you can come here and find solace in the memory of your loved ones, in the honor of your fellow citizens.
This memorial commemorates the family members that were lost, the survivors who were in the building and survived, the heroic efforts of the rescue workers who came from near and far to offer their assistance, and also the community at large and their efforts to build back a city. This is a restoration, a rebuilding of our city, and this memorial in no way commemorates the actions of the perpetrators of this crime. This was an attack against our government, and it was important that we continue to teach people of all ages that this cannot happen again. There are ways to resolve matters with our government that are not violent. There's a democracy set up that we can, cast a vote, talk to a legislator, talk to a congressman, and make a difference. But it's very important to remember the 168 lives that were lost on this site and the hundreds that were seriously injured because they were here doing their job that day, just like you and I are now, and someone decided to take their life or to injure them. So we think it's important to remember not the act, but the people who were involved in the act, and to teach against the act so that it don't happen again. If you come to the memorial, you enter through the gates of time. There's a 901 gate and a 903 gate. The 901 gate reflects the moment of innocence, the moment before the bombing. It was a very typical morning. 901 represents that innocence. 903 represents the opposite gate. It represents the moment after the bombing, the time of healing. And those two gates frame the moment of 902. And in between those two gates is a 400-foot reflecting pool, this beautiful pool that is 3/4 of an inch deep, which you can see your reflection day or night, and hopefully see a face of someone changed forever by visiting the site. On the footprint where the building stood, just behind me here, this footprint is where the Murrah building stood. And those chairs represent one for each life that was lost. And their names are inscribed on the front. They illuminate at night as beacons of hope. There are 9 rows representing the 9 floors of the building. They're on those rows alphabetical order. And the 5 west chairs represent the 5 lives that were lost on the north side of the street. 2 in the Water Resources building, 1 in the parking lot, and 2 in the Athenian building. These 168 lives were people. Individuals, teachers, preachers, coaches, moms, dads, brothers, sisters. They were not faces of people. They were real people who did real things every single day. Their lives were taken in a ridiculous act of terrorism. that we can't change, but we can try to make the best of it. And that's what this memorial is about. These two remaining walls, this we call the Survivors Chapel. The granite is the actual granite from the Memorial Building. It has the X on it, has 800 names of survivors from this site. And those two remaining walls are actual walls that were left in the Memorial Building that didn't go down as glass, and we chose to keep as part of the memorial. That back wall is the parking lot that was adjacent to the Memorial Building, which we still park in every day. And the tree is, obviously part of the original grounds. The plaza just south of us is the plaza that you used to walk into the building from the south side. So we tried to keep as many original structures as we could. Survivor Tree is a beautiful American elm, an 80-plus year American elm. This was a normal parking lot. People parked their cars under this tree on April 19, 1995. Cars burned, the tree actually burned in half. Almost instantly, the best came in and helped us save this tree. We knew, it's part of our mission statement, that this tree would be safe and be a part of this memorial. This elm was never a beautiful tree, but it represents the community we're in that we didn't break on April 19, 1995.
On February 19, 2001, the Oklahoma City National Memorial Center was dedicated as a museum to accompany the outdoor memorial. The center occupies the former Journal-Record newspaper building, also damaged in the bombing. It contains artifacts and the stories of the victims and survivors, and also pays tribute to the rescue and emergency personnel.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. And so I just want to, in closing, I just want to talk a little bit about timelines in case you're curious. For Oklahoma, it took them 5 years to open the first part of their memorial. 9/11, it was 10 years. Pulse Nightclub it's 4 years now. It'll be 6 years with their estimated opening date for 2022. So that gives you a little bit about the timelines. And with that concludes my presentation. If there are any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Anita.
You're welcome.
Does anyone have any questions for Anita? All right, how about comments or discussion from committee members?
Hi, it's Minda Smith. So I have been a little more aware in the last 3 years of memorials and visiting a few of them. I know that I could share photos of, there's one in San Francisco for those who fell that were AIDS victims. I'm not sure how it was selected, but it's a quite simple memorial, and I think that's what's important too, to remember is that, we've kind of seen some pretty grand ones, and we have the ability to go very simple to very grand. I mean, there's no limit other than finances or space or, other limitations that would stop us from that. But I think that was beautiful to see. And I just remember seeing some of the more simple ones out there. I think the chairs are pretty simple as well. But, I think that anyone looking to kind of get ideas, it's good to kind of do research on the memorials that are out there to get ideas of how far, how small we can go, and what they, it can look like anything, but simplicity is also great too. So there's a lot out there to look at. But thank you for sharing that.
Thank you, Minda. Anita, I know you've kind of watched our process and know, some of the struggles that are out there with some of those impacted by this. I wonder if you know how other memorials have dealt with victims that passed quite a ways after the event, but from their injuries. As you know, you probably know, our original number is 58.
Right.
But just this past year, we did have 2 more that died from their injuries. So, you know, that will be something that this committee, you know, has to kind of look at and decide how to honor all of their experiences in an appropriate way. So do you know how some of the other ones have done that?
It's not an issue that has come up a lot, Tennille, not at all, but there is one in the past, and I want to say this was not related with a mass violence incident, but something else, but where there were additional deaths, and what happened is the memorial where they had the names inscribed, they added more names. So it was leaving space for that. Now, obviously, for a mass violence incident, you normally think you know what the universe of victims is. So in this case, it would be, you know, there would be some room reserved, but you would have to make a determination of how you want to do that.
Do you know, so I know in 9/11 that there were a lot of first responders that had a lot of health issues and a lot of things, and their injuries and their early deaths, you know, really are a result of, you know, 9/11. Do you know if they have added anything to the memorials or done anything different for that population?
Yes, the part of the plaza, the big 9/11 Memorial Plaza, has some sculptures that are there in honor of the first responders.
They don't add or change anything for additional passings?
No, I don't believe they have the names there. You know, there's ongoing discussion of creating additional memorials, and you might see that happen. In terms of the official 9/11 Memorial Plaza, it's an artistic tribute to the first responders.
Thank you.
Sure.
Through your presentation too, one thing that, and I wrote this down, because you said it's really important to incorporate all the parties that are going to be involved in this process or be kind of key stakeholders in this process early on. And the one thing that's always kind of, you know, super important on the back of my mind, but we haven't really looked at too much is paying for it, money. So I wonder if you have kind of some ideas or how these other memorials have paid for these, because I see that, you know, some of these are pretty big deal, you know, large museums, and I'm looking at Pulse's like, wow, that seems like a really kind of elaborate design.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wondering how they're paying for them and how they're, you know, funding it moving forward.
Well, it's through, you know, variety of donors, donations, foundations. Sometimes you have big contributors to get things going, and then you have ongoing development funds that are maintained through the foundation. I think, Tennille, what I would recommend is having a conversation with the people who have done that work directly. For example, with Pulse, with 9/11, and some of the other incidents, we could talk with the foundations that have been set up. That might be a good roundtable, you know, to talk with those folks and be able to ask some of those nitty-gritty questions about how do you start, you know, the entire aspect. How do you start? How do you maintain? And how do you keep this going? Because I think those, obviously, the answers to those questions are going to be key in what you plan for this incident.
Yeah, that's really good advice. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Anita.
Sure.
Hi, Anita. I just have a quick question too. During your presentation, you mentioned sort of the re-traumatization of the students as they walked into their school, and the memorial being so close to where the event took place. Through your work collectively, have you seen communities create the memorials in the same place, or have a majority of them been created elsewhere in the community?
Caressa, I've seen both. I've seen both. And I don't know that I could recommend one is better than the other. It really depends on the unique community that comes together for that particular incident or event or whatever you're memorializing, and what feels good to you in, in creating a place to remember this incident. It's, I wouldn't even be able to give you percentages, but I've seen it done both ways. Some people, and especially with the victim community, they don't want to go back to the actual place, right? And that's very understandable. So that has to be weighed in this mix here. When you look at New York, the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers, I mean, that's, a huge symbol of the United States. So, you have that weighing in the mix as well. Like those World Trade Center towers you're always going to feel that void. You're going to see that void. But so instead of feeling that void with them being gone, you now have a memorial there. So that was part of that conversation. But it's really going to depend on the individual community and what feels right to them in honoring those who were impacted by this incident, and also in honoring the community as well, because the community suffered as a whole. So what is it that's going to work the best for you?
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing.
Sure.
Do other committee members have any questions or comments? Robert?
You're on mute. Muted you.
Right. This was another question for Anita. As I was listening to her presentation, I was taking some notes, and it seems that there are a series of maybe categories of topics or issues that we need to start working on. And the first one that I identified was what I call program. And that program ends up being this collection of information that gives us guidance and direction in what we're going to do in terms of this memorial. And then I made the note of operations of maintenance, because once we know what we're going to do, we have to figure out how we're going to operate and maintain this facility or facilities. And then I had site, and then beyond that, I had site planning, architecture, and art as one of of one category. And I was wondering, is this kind of a logical sequence, and are there other items that should be on our list?
Yes, I think before you get to what you're stating, Dr. Filden, that I think it's important to start these community surveys and these town hall meetings, and and also educate yourselves and the community on what is the potential out there before we get into this nitty-gritty of location, what that monument memorial is going to be, and then everything that goes with it.
And that's why I placed that first, Nikki, because I do think that is the first thing we have to do. And, that's going to encompass a lot of time and effort. But I'm just wondering, though, are there other things that we need to be evaluating in addition to this broad sequence of efforts that the committee needs to undertake?
maybe I think it'll start to come naturally as we move through this process.
As Tanil Pereira, for the record, I too would add, I think that one of the big things that I took from Anita's presentation is having kind of those key stakeholders right at the beginning, right? So I think the one thing that we're kind of missing here that even though it might seem like the nitty gritty, but I think it needs to go along with it so that they're seeing our vision, they're hearing the stories that are shared, they're incorporated into the entire process, is the financial aspect of it. I think that has to go along with us because I would hate to have some of those issues that the 9/11 memorial did, have setbacks or, you know, have different visions because we weren't all on the journey together. So I kind of, the collecting of the info, the outreach, so that we can see what the vision is, but right alongside with the financial side going along with us. I think that that's like, makes sense. So.
Well, what Anita had said early on was that all of these things need to occur early on in terms of the context of her presentation. And these were just, you know, random notes that I took from her, what she was presenting. And so if we're to do these, I think they all have to go kind of hand in hand with each other, because I was thinking about how she was talking about having the architect, you know, for example, whoever's going to do this needs to be local and needs to be have the understanding of everything else that's happening along with during while we're collecting all of this information. So it almost seems like all of this gets bundled up together, and I was wanting to get her thoughts on that.
Well, I think that the key component about having an artist and architect that understands the local community, the key component is that they are able to collaborate with the victim community. And, you know, it's one thing to come in and have, you know, be selected for a design and to have ownership of that design, but you need to be able to enter that process realizing this design could evolve into something different based on the voices that I'm hearing from the victim community. I really think that's the key, and the person you want is someone who understands the community and can create an artistic representation that's going to fit into your community. Yeah. So those would be the key points.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Anita, can I ask you with community, with the 1 October Route 91 community again isn't geographically Las Vegas, correct? Community means numerous states and several countries that were affected by this, correct?
Right. So all those voices you're going to want to collaborate with. I mean, obviously the physical locale, you know, there's a community around the physical location of the memorial in terms of the memorial. You want it to have it to fit in, you know, with the type of architecture or artistic representations. You know, it's you're representing Las Vegas because the incident happened there, but you are taking into account all the voices of the victim community worldwide. Maybe that is a better way to express that.
No, that makes sense, and you're correct. Geographically, there are things that this committee is going to need to discuss when it comes to memorials. You showed several memorials showing water, and that is a challenge here in Vegas with maintaining that water, the hard water we have to do fountains. It's immense challenge for us. And that is something that we're going to have to discuss much later on than today. But I appreciate you bringing that up because geographically, we do have to take that in consideration.
Sure, and you know, water is often used in these types of memorials because it's a healing element. But another thing, like look at Columbine, the beautiful stone that they use, that's representative of the Rocky Mountains that surround that community. So there's that angle as well. And Mickey, before I forget, I also want to acknowledge Krista Flanagan and April Natural, who are responders to a multitude of mass violence incidents, and they let me pick their brains as I prepared my presentation. So,
Harold Bradley, I have a question. I realize we're still early in the planning of this memorial, but at the same time, you know, speaking from an artist's perspective, it is of the essence. I just want to know from you, Anita, how soon did you include artists and you know, in the proposals or whatever? Because I know a lot of times in these projects like this, from my own personal experience, by the time when it gets to the artists, there's like maybe come up with designs and presentations. And I realize like we're still early and we're expecting to go, you know, maybe for another 5 years or whatever. But my question is just what was the timeline you actually got, you know, design architects and artists involved with the project?
Well, I believe it's varied. I'm going to say for 9/11, I'm just pulling up the dates for 9/11. They had a design competition, and okay, so they had a winner of the design competition in 2004. So that was 3 years later. You know, it took them that long, and you have to remember, you know, that was a large scale incident. So it was about 9/11. It's a large scale incident, certainly. And yes, I mean, I think that's a great conversation for the committee to have is, you know, how soon do you want to get the ball rolling on that to get the artists involved, the architects as well? But it does, I agree with you in that it does appear in most of these planning processes that it takes time to get to that selection.
Right.
And so that's something to look at.
Yeah, no, I just, like I said, my experience has been it's always kind of even though it's about design and it's about the memorial and so forth, but a lot of times the artists and designers themselves, it's always kind of an afterthought, and then you have to get through the process of the selection process and that type of thing. And there's always deadlines. I don't know of any project that didn't have a deadline.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing. I'm on behalf of designers, architects, and artists, you know, just want to make sure there'd be enough time to you know, to create some good ideas and so forth.
Yeah. Well, and then I do want to say representation of the artist community right now is you, Harold, is Rebecca, and is Dr. Fielden. And we are very fortunate to have the three of your expertise as artists, as an arts administrator, and as an architect on this committee. And it is, you know, we are starting from day one with the three of you having that voice for the artists.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think it's good to note and just kind of build off what you had said, Mickey. The first kind of crucial part of this, right, is connecting with the community at large and understanding what the needs are and what they want to see out of this. Because my worry is that, not worry, that's not the right word, but I would be apprehensive to bring in any designs first before hearing what the community would like to see in this. And I think it's just from a fundraising perspective, it would be better to, like Tanil said, start the fundraising early on. We can evaluate how much money we're bringing in on whether that's a quarterly or yearly basis and say, by this date, we project to have this much money in the budget for this type of memorial. And this is what we've gathered from the community. And we hope that an artist can make a design representative of this feedback. But I understand we need to start having those conversations, and we don't want to push the design phase back, but I don't think we can make any of those decisions until we have that compilation up.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we have to build that RFQ, that call for qualifications. We have to build that document first before we're engaging. So it's a scope, a general scope of work before engaging the arts community. And then, as you heard from Anita, there are some various ways that the committee can choose to go about that final design. And so, you know, those are various things. And I do think that your surveys to the community are going to help identify those goals and some of that information that you're going to gather to put into that document.
Yeah, that was all really great discussion. Does anyone else have any comments or questions for Anita?
Sorry, just one last question. Is there a community or a certain party that some of the past memorial committee groups have missed the mark on? Like, are there folks that they should have been and pulling in sooner to speak at those town halls or have their, you know, viewpoint or expertise shared? I just want to make sure that we are equipped with all the knowledge we can be before we, you know, start more of the process planning. I mean, when you mentioned the collective vision, you know, representing all parties involved, I started to think about our medical community and just how impacted they were. We have a few large hospitals here in Las Vegas, and just hearing some of their stories has been just in my personal life has been overwhelming, and their experiences are valuable, right? And they help save so many of us. So I think just in thinking about town halls and subject matter, that may be someone from that community, may be someone we want to speak at a future town hall or at a round table. But is there anyone else that you can think of just through evaluating and kind of seeing our process that we should be communicating with?
Well, I think that's beautifully said about the medical community. I myself, I was there after the incident happened to help with the California victims and went to the hospitals to visit them and witnessed how the doctors and the nurses and everyone in the hospitals were being impacted. You know, you have some unique aspects in your incident because of what happened, the number of people. You had people who were there who were not physically injured, were bringing their trucks, their cars to transport people to get assistance. And you had off-duty first responders as well that jumped into action. So there's a variety of people, but I think having all of their voices in the process, not only to acknowledge, but to weave it into the tapestry of what you're creating here would make an incredible difference. And I mean, I'm sure your committee members have some thoughts on this, but that's my initial take on that. I love that you're thinking about the medical community because this was such a large scale incident, and the things that they saw and having to turn people away and not be able to treat them, that took a toll on them as well. So, and you've got, you know, the EMTs as well. what happened with them. So.
Thank you.
Sure.
Can I drive in for a second there? So my response is that the structure of this committee is that we all have areas of I guess special representation as members of the committee, and I know Andrew is representative of those first responders. And so I think we'll be relying a great deal on him to be able to provide us with assistance in these areas. But it almost seems like what we need to do soon on is kind of have an early workshop to just stick a bunch of things up on the wall to talk about all of the different groups that are involved with this and that we need to reach out to, and then kind of categorize them amongst the committee members in terms of how we start making sure everyone is aware of the process and what we're doing. And I was thinking of it in terms of Harold in his comments about design and the design and art itself. And so as we do that, we want to be able to, just like we had talked about on the art committee, that we need to be reaching out to those communities somehow to keep them abreast of this entire process as we go through it, so that we can get, not only make them aware of it, but we can get feedback from them too, to help give us guidance on how we proceed.
This is Tanil Pereira for the record. Robert, I think that's a really good point, and I think that is really helpful when we're looking at the outreach to make sure that we're listing all the groups, and then making sure that they're included in that outreach planning so that we're reaching as many as possible. So that's a really good point. Thank you. All right, anything else for Anita? Well, Anita, that was really, really helpful. Thank you so much. But before we let you go, I have one last question. What is the single most important advice that you would give this committee and the community as we embark on this journey?
Oh, wow. I have to whittle it down to one, Neil.
Single most important.
Gosh, that collaboration is key. Be patient with the collaborative process. I think that's what I would tell you. Be patient, because remember what your ultimate goal is. Your vision is having, a sacred memorial that represents a very tragic event, but that is going to facilitate future healing for people. So be patient with the collaborative process.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, it was so helpful. We so appreciate your guidance and your knowledge and your expertise. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a good holiday.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks.
With that, I'm going to open up for public comment on that agenda item. So Anita's presentation. If you have public comment, please raise your hand, state your name, spell your last name, and then state your address. You will have 3 minutes for comment. If you have more than 3 minutes of comment to provide, please submit the additional comments to our email address. Do we have any public comment on that agenda item?
So right when Anita started talking, Sue raised her hand. And Terry, your hand is still raised. So I'm not sure. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate it. So Sue, I'm going to unmute you. Please let us know. This would be specifically only about this item that Anita had been talking about. Okay, so I'm gonna unmute you. Maybe. Let me figure this out.
There we go.
Right, Sue.
Okay, my name's Sue Ann Cornwell, Cornwell, and I'm at 4076 East Cary, Las Vegas, Nevada. I am a survivor, and the presentation was awesome by Anita, just terrific. I wanted to comment about at the beginning where she said first and foremost, you addressed the lives that were lost in those families. So y'all know me from the last meeting, but I'm just going to address the 58 again, because the 58 is the number of the lives lost that evening. And the 58 represents the love and the compassion, and the 50 that we have all come to know and love through this tragedy. So I'm just going to say that I know that there's been 2 others that have passed since from their injuries, but the number is not 60. 58 is the number of that just keeps us survivors going. And I'm not talking for all of them, obviously, but, and I know that if in this memorial, if you guys represent our 58 angels and our 58 angels families, most of the survivors, from my aspect and from who I know, will be so grateful to that and just appreciate that more than anything, because through our 58 is how we heal. Through our 58 is how, I mean, we look for 58s on our receipts. We leave $58 tips. We leave, hand out 58 roses. Everything, our number in our world has become 58. And it has become 58 because of the lives lost and because of the families that have now became our families. And so I'm just going to ask that maybe your next session in December, if you can put it on your platform or agenda, I guess it's called, to be voted on, that number being represented and not the 60. The other 2 are already being represented. They're being represented as a survivor who has passed, and that is where they need to remain. And I mean no disrespect in that. Any loss of a survivor, whether it be from a car wreck or whatever, or lives that they've taken on their own, are life-changing for us as survivors. So again, I just want to thank you guys for what you're doing and for the group, and you guys have a long road ahead of you, and the opportunity here is just outstanding to go on and make a difference in the world. And that's what we do as survivors, and that's what we do through our 58 is we try to make lives better for others. And my time is up. I'm not going to speak for 9 minutes like that, but I just want to thank you guys for all you do. And if you could put the number 58 being voted on at the next agenda, that would be awesome.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Have a good day.
Do you have any more public comment?
Yes, I do see Connie Long has raised her hand. Connie, I'm going to unmute you. Hi, Connie, you're on.
Hi, my name's Connie Long and I'm in Riverside, California. I just wanted to follow up with Sue Ann and maybe offer some suggestions as I was listening to Anita speak. 58 is the number for us survivors. I'm a survivor as well. But I like the idea of potentially including some kind of a piece of art or something separate from the list of names, however that's going to be representative of the 58 from that night, that maybe represent any future passings that are from injuries from that night or suicides, but kind of like she talked about in the 9/11 memorial for the peace officers that have passed since. I'm also a peace officer, and every year we have multiple police officers that passed from their 9/11 injuries. I know their names are not added to the 9/11 memorial site, but they're added to the peace officer site. But she spoke of the peace officers that are represented via some kind of statue. So maybe that's something that we take into consideration too. We have the 58 and then something that represents those survivors that passed since then and will in the future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any further public comment on this agenda item?
No, you do not. And I would ask that Connie and Sue unraise their hand at this time.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close agenda item number 6. At this time, we have been going for 2 hours, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. I know we're at home, but I know, might need some water, take a restroom break. But we will come back at 11:10. I would just ask that everyone be on time. But 10-minute break.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm still trying to figure out what Lonnie's background is.
Whose background?
Oh, Lonnie's.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
It's a random one.
Mickey, by the way, you were doing awesome in this whole Google Meet Cisco WebEx environment. Yeah,
I think now I have the handle of it, but
I can
it's
tell.
rough.
I can tell.
Yeah, thank you.
You're special.
And Madam Chair, you are rocking it at that chair at the helm.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Pam.
And all of yous, you're like awesome committee members. We've been sitting in the driveway planning for your leadership for so long that to watch it makes me super excited for you. I'm like, they are revved up and game day ready.
Yeah.
So, oh, yep. So BCC chambers, are we ready to go back live? Are we live? They're unmuted, but I don't hear you folks. Maybe if you comment.
I'm here.
Sorry, folks, we're just waiting on the BCC chambers to respond back.
Mickey, what are you waiting for from Chambers? Because they've still got your audio going.
Okay, so I guess we are ready to rock and roll again.
At least I believe they do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep, they do. Okay, I hear it.
Respond back.
Yep, you guys are good. You should be good anyway.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 7 now. This agenda item is a presentation by Terry Keener. She is the Behavioral Health Coordinator at the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center. She coordinates, plans, implements every aspect of the behavioral health response for the Route 91 shooting. So Terry is very well versed and always kind of morphing and growing along with this healing process that we've seen within the impacted community. We're really grateful that she's here today because she has a lot of knowledge and a lot of she's worked with so many different groups that have been impacted and seen how they were impacted and kind of what their needs and perspectives are. So we're really grateful that she's here, and I will turn the time over to Terry for her presentation.
Thank you. So I may need a little bit of technical help. I guess, can I share my screen to do my PowerPoint? Okay, let me try that. I had to switch to my personal computer because it wasn't, oh wait, I don't think I screen shared. How do I, let's see. So I can't see the bottom.
So Terry, normally it's at the bottom of the screen. There should be a thing that says share content. And let me share with you. Let me share with you my event window for a second so you can see. If you go here to the shared content, you should be able to, if you have your PowerPoint up, you should be able to select that PowerPoint. So for instance, mine would be here, and then you would have control of your PowerPoint.
Okay, let me, nope, I stopped my video. Let me try and find, oh, there's share, okay. Let me try to share file. Don't really want to share a file though, I want to share my screen.
Well, if you have your PowerPoint up and ready, then you want to share just your PowerPoint, not your screen.
So my options say file or whiteboard.
Try file and see if that would be it.
I don't have it in a file. I only have it. Let me try saving it as a file. Sorry.
No, you're okay.
Vicky, are you trying to have her share something from her screen?
Correct. She's going to share her PowerPoint, Michael.
You can grab that little circle on your name icon in your participants list, and you can drag it down to her, or you can right-click on her and give her presenter, and then she'd be able to share her screen.
Okay, let me. So she is. Oh, there we go. Okay, Terry.
Presenter.
So that was on my end.
Yeah, now you should be able to share your screen or just that application if you want.
Okay, so let's try this.
Yep, we see it.
That working? Okay. And then let me see if I can make it a, how do I make it a slideshow now? No, I want.
I think you need to click on your avatar. There we go. Now
Yeah.
you should be able to slideshow it.
Okay, so now, oh, here we go. Play, right? Play slideshow. All right, let's see if this works.
Awesome.
So I'm accustomed to a very interactive format. So presenter mode is a little bit more difficult for me. This virtual format might be great because I talk with my hands a lot. Maybe you won't see that so much. I just want to say I'm not a PowerPoint whiz, and so hopefully, but I do like visuals, and I think that they're helpful. This is not showing me in this version my notes, so.
If you would like for you to have your notes, then I can share your PowerPoint, and you'll just have to tell me when to move to the next slide.
Let me see, is there a way to?
No.
There's not a way to.
We would see your notes as well.
Oh, okay. When I was practicing it on my thing, it was working okay. Okay, so let's try that, because I don't know that there's a lot in my notes, but I don't want to forget anything because this is really important. So we'll do that.
Okay, I will pull up your PowerPoint. Let me make sure I got the right one.
Yeah, well, please do, because
yeah, no worries. Yep.
Clearly had a major faux pas there.
Yep, you're all right.
Let's see, now I can't find the download. Where is it? Okay. That's not what I want. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I need to get out of here. I don't know how. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to use my other computer, pull it up so I can see my notes.
Okay. Well, I have control over your PowerPoint, Terry, and it is up. That's what everyone's seeing right now.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
So let's get the right one up here. There we go. I can look at my notes. Okay. So I really do appreciate this opportunity. I'm not sure exactly, what the appropriate greeting is. Madam Chairperson, Madam Vice Chairperson, everyone listening, I really appreciate this opportunity to share these thoughts with you. And I think that your job is an extremely difficult one, and I hope that I can provide some information for you and others that will be helpful. So let me just find my notes view. There we go. Okay. So Tennille did a great introduction. Thank you. My job is to assess and address the behavioral health needs of those impacted. So as we go through this, we're going to see the magnitude of that and why sometimes it may seem that I'm overwhelmed or not getting to everything as quickly as I should. But when I started, I decided what I did was I read as much as I could possibly read about this incident, other incidents, and just general resources on working with mass violence. And I talked to anyone I could find that would talk to me. Survivors, people from other incidents, other resiliency centers, providers, just anyone I could find who would help me learn and understand what was happening, or what had happened, and where we were at. So I started in this position in June of 2018, but of course was in the community and doing other things at the time that it happened. So you can go to the next slide, or the next piece, yeah. So October 1, 2017. I don't think there's anyone here watching or listening that doesn't remember where you were, what happened, and that date will always have some meaning for you when it comes around each year. October 1, it will have some meaning. If you're not familiar, I hope that after this presentation you will be. So on that date, as we have already talked about, there were 58 deaths. And since then, you can hit the go again, there have been 2 others who have officially died from their wounds that they incurred that night. So if you'll click again, there were over 851 people injured. That is, I believe that number has increased since that number came out. I think it's over 900 at this point, but we'll go with 851 to be conservative. And there were 22,000 ticket holders. So in a study that was done regarding the Boston bombing, 3 years afterward, there was in the International Journal of Mental Health, they said that it was estimated that there were between 4 and 50 what they call psychological victims for every physical casualty in a terrorist attack. So if you think about that, that really expands the numbers that we're talking about. If we went with the minimum number 4, we still would be having a huge magnitude of people impacted. And we'll talk more about those numbers a little bit later. So next slide. I want to talk a little bit about grief, traumatic grief and loss, to put into perspective the impact that this had on the individuals and so many individuals involved. So grief, next slide, is it's complex. Each person has their own unique experience of it. They feel it differently. They express it differently. The stages of grief that we have all been familiar with for many years need to be interpreted loosely, and we need to expect a lot of individual variation. Traumatic grief can trigger post-trauma survival mechanisms in addition to the mourning of who and or what was unexpectedly lost or taken. So on the left side are your traditional stages of grief, and on the right are an updated version, but they're basically the same. They have gone from 5 to 7. So initially there's shock and denial, mourning, sadness, and confusion. Then there might be guilt and betrayal, resentment, a feeling of being crushed, frustrated, and a heaviness. On the upward trend, people begin to feel strengthened and motivated, inspired and determined, and hopefully at some point comforted, relaxed, and secure. But again, this is not a linear process. People can move in between these stages, and they may skip a stage. It just is very different for every individual. So the next slide, a little harder to read, apologize for that, but loss. So in addition to the real physical loss, the actual loss of life, the loss of physical function, and the injuries, and all of those things, people have also lost trust, control, feeling of safety, sometimes a sense of identity, sometimes a loss of faith, dreams for the future because there's something missing from what they thought their future was going to be, and sometimes a support system. Relationships are lost sometimes through these type, especially mass violence incidents. So now we'll talk a little bit about how the brain works. So when the brain is working fine and there's not experiencing trauma, the prefrontal cortex is what's in control. And I'm not a brain expert, so we'll go through this kind of quickly. But I think it's important for understanding the community that we're talking about. So that part of the brain is responsible for working memory, decision-making, attention. It helps control our impulsivity, regulates our emotions. That's where our personality lives. And it's the gatekeeper of our judgment and inhibition. When there's trauma, that part of the brain is not what's active. What's active is the amygdala, which is what is sometimes referred to as the reptilian brain, or the most primitive part of the brain. And it's responsible for our survival. So it detects threats and responds. And so that's our survival behavior and our instincts. So it forms emotional memories, especially fear-related memories. And after trauma, it becomes hyperactive. So this is important because some people are still in that part of their brain, or that part of their brain is activated very easily at times. So the memory functions is very important, I think, when we're looking at a memorial, right? So when people are in their prefrontal cortex, memories are correct in the context of space and time, and we can control when we recall the memory. We can decide, oh, hey, remember that great birthday party when, everybody had such a good time? And then we put that away and we don't think about it again until we choose to think about it. But traumatic memories can come up when we have less control. They can come up when we would like them not to. And it makes it very difficult for the brain to understand that now is a time that is safe, because people are easily taken back to that particular time. So as I said earlier, if I said to any one of you, where were you on October 1st, 2017, or maybe even more importantly, October 2nd, 2017, I imagine each and every one of you can tell me, I know I can, I know my husband can, and most of the people that I know can, whether they're here in Las Vegas or somewhere else. So the functionality of the prefrontal cortex, I may have some of this in the wrong place on my slide, but it's suppressed when there's trauma. Okay, so the next thing, let's talk about the geographical impact. According to the data that we have at the center, which Tennille referred to, that we have quite a bit of information, people were impacted in 49 states. That's practically the whole country, right? Like the United States was impacted. The 4 states listed are the states with the highest numbers of ticket holders. So California was the highest, then Nevada, Arizona, and Washington. We also have people who are in at least 4 other countries that we know of. And we know that, for example, in Canada, well, there are more than 200, I think we have about 250 registered living in Canada. And we know that because we looked that up when they had an incident there. So the next thing is, this is something that was done in 2004 called the population exposure model. And it basically tells us that the closer you were and the more involved you were in the incident, the more you were exposed, the more you were impacted. We want to take a look at this, although I think that it's actually very difficult with this particular incident. And you'll notice there's an A, B, C, D, and E that we'll go through. And there's another circle I put out there because this is my own drawing of the model. It's not the actual one from what's cited there. Because there's more and we keep finding more. So if you'll kind of click through, the first group is those who were killed and seriously injured, and their bereaved family members, loved ones, and close friends. The next group is the community victims exposed to the incident and disaster, but not injured. To me, this is a very difficult group to define, because is that the ticket holders that were at the concert and not the people who were at Mandalay Bay while the concert was happening? It's a question. I don't have the answer to it. So the next group is a larger group, bereaved extended family and friends, first responders, of course, rescue and recovery workers, medical examiners, office staff, service providers immediately involved after the incident, working with the bereaved families, obtaining information for identification and death notifications. And again, these are the descriptions from that model. They're not what I'm saying is a description from this incident. The next group is the mental health and crime victim assistance providers, clergy and chaplains, emergency healthcare providers, government officials, and the media. And then the last group that they have on the outer circle are groups that identify with the target victim group, businesses with financial impacts, and the community at large. And as we go through this, I think I'm going to show that there's actually, that is really the minimum. That's the minimum of impact. So if we look at the numbers a little bit in group A, where I said it's estimated that there are between 4 and 50 psychological victims for every physical casualty. If we took 58 plus 2 times 4, that's 240. If we take it times 50, that's 3,000. If we look at the injured, 851, and we say times 4, that's 3,400, and times 50, that's 42,000, over 42,000 people. So that's just in group A. That's a very large number of people impacted that you're trying to get information from and ideas from about your task. So in group B, we've got 22,000 ticket holders, concert staff, security, wait staff, and in each each of these categories, I have a blank because I know there's more. I know that this is not all of them as I try to apply the model to this incident. So in Group C, we've got people connected to the victims and the bereaved, fire, EMS, police, physicians and nurses, people who staffed the FAC, the Family Assistance Center, and the MAC, the Multi-Agency Coordination Center. I might not have those acronyms exactly right, but they're close. The Taxi Cab Authority, NDOT, dispatch, volunteers, and again, I have a blank. And so I hope that somebody asks me why some of those are listed. So if we go to D, we've got many provider organizations stepped in to help. City, county, and federal government officials, victim advocates, the behavioral health providers for the resort community, hospital medical staff, but it doesn't just take doctors and nurses to run a hospital. There are many other staff in a hospital, especially when the hospital is receiving so many injured individuals, and peer support groups in your responder agencies. And then what they have in the outer circle in terms of people who can relate and businesses in the community at large, musicians, other concert goers, other victims of violence, the resort community, employers. You got Las Vegas, Nevada, like I said, US and the world, and then lots of others from A, B, C, and D that didn't get included. The banner there is in the picture is two banners actually that were signed when Borderline happened, because we know that this event was very closely connected when the Borderline event happened, because many of the survivors from California and from that area would gather at Borderline, and one of the survivors of the shooting at Route 91 actually died at the Borderline shooting. So the next group is my question mark about what about all of the other people? Neighbors and coworkers. If something happens to someone in your neighborhood these days, you know about it because it's on Facebook or something of that nature. If it's one of your coworkers, it mattered to you. What about the airport? People went straight to the airport to get home, even though they were injured. So you've got your airport staff. I know at least probably more than one, but I spoke to the bereaved husband of one of the victims who was a teacher. So that school, back in another state, had to figure out what to do with her classroom, how to talk to her students, and the whole school. These people were mentors to others. They were coaches. They had a lot of people that they were connected to. The resort community, I think, was impacted. Employers, and this example I'll give briefly, and I'm trying to watch the time, so please help me if you need to. But I worked at a different agency at the time, but I coordinated peer support and crisis response. And so my husband is the early riser in our family, and he woke me up and he said, "Honey, you're going to be very busy today." I mean, I remember those exact words, and he was right. But he also, and we didn't talk about this for a few days, but he also later said to me, "That was the worst day of my life." And he was not there. We did not even know it was going on. But he, the next day, was looking for all of his staff, trying to account for everyone, their family members, make sure everyone was safe. And it took him the whole day to try and find an account for everyone. And he did have some staff who had been at the concert. Fortunately, none of them had passed, but he's really not connected to the incident, but yet he said it was the worst day of his life. You're good Samaritans. You know, we've got Uber and Lyft drivers and taxi drivers that were loading people in their vehicles. One of your people making comments at the meeting had someone in the back of her truck trying to get her to the hospital in time for her to live, but she did not. Someone died in the back of her truck. The Healing Garden. So if you know about the Healing Garden and you know Sue Ann, you know that she's really the one who takes care of the Healing Garden, and she does an amazing job. But officially, the Healing Garden belongs to the city, and it's run by an organization called Get Outdoors Nevada. Get Outdoors Nevada is an organization that does outdoor stuff and gardening. They don't typically deal with people who are suffering from the effects of such a tragedy. Recently, this group identified that museum curators are impacted because they were cataloging in detail all of the items that were left, all of the memorabilia, all of the things that were left at the crosses, at the venue, in various places, so that they could catalog all of these items, and they had an impact. So again, family, friends of all of the other groups. And then there's those, what about those first responders who weren't working that night? Many of them went in anyway, never clocked in, but went to help. Some of them were absent and couldn't be there and were feeling that they weren't there to help their coworkers. What about new people who are entering the medical profession, those hospitals, fire and EMS? They're entering into a field where their new coworkers were impacted and were there. And so I believe that there's an impact on them. So there's just so many. And you know, I think we'll keep discovering groups of people and individuals who are impacted. The next thing that I think happened is many people don't belong in just one of those groups. You've got responders who were also the parent of someone who was attending the concert, or the friend of someone who was attending the concert, or the friend of a responder. You've got the injured and their friends, employers and spouses. What about the spouses of the first responders and the families that were worrying about them? I know of one individual who was a stagehand. He was able to get out, and he was basically uninjured, not seriously injured, but his phone had died, and he could not reach his family to say, I'm okay. And he wasn't sure where he was to find someone to come and get him to where he escaped to or where he ended up. So anyway, people aren't in just one of these groups. There's a fire chief that'll tell you he was out of town, but he was on a plane as soon as it happened and heading back and planning for what to do and worried about a daughter that was at the concert. So people are not in just one of these groups. They're in multiple groups. So this quote, I think, is very important. I wish my head could forget what my eyes have seen. It's from a firefighter, not necessarily related to this incident, but I think it is very, very relevant. And the images were everywhere. With social media and all of the different media outlets, this was all over the news in all over the world for a long time. So people were seeing things in addition to those who saw it firsthand, people also saw it through other means. So again, with memory and trauma, when there's trauma, instead of a memory forming specific and in order with all of the right information, it's stored in separate places of the brain. It's fragmented. So the images, the sights, the sounds, and the physical sensations don't have context, but they're stored in the body and they come up at various times, as many of those impacted will tell you. So anyone can go back to that moment at any time, whether it's in a controlled way or in a not controlled way. The way people cope depends on their past experience, the response they get from other people, new things that happen to them, and their development. We're all constantly developing and growing, and we do have some young people who were impacted. So the phases of disaster is a fairly well-known construct, I guess, but again, it's not necessarily linear like this, but you can see it's very jagged. And at the time of, with the arrow that has anniversary reactions kind of at the bottom in the middle, that's going to happen every year. And for some people, that's going to help make them feel as if they're moving backward. And for some, they're going to be moving upward. You know, and I've talked to people on all ends, all parts of this continuum. The road to recovery for people, again, it's unique. It's not linear. It's different for everyone. There are stops and starts. There are beginnings and endings. There are relationships that ended. There are relationships that started. Some people have talked about the club you never wanted to belong to, but you're in anyway, or the family that you didn't choose, but you are now a part of anyway. I spoke to one survivor who went to the concert as several couples went. And he said he and his wife were the only couple that were still together. So trauma has a huge impact on relationships. So this next slide, I want to talk for a minute about perspectives, because you are dealing with so many different perspectives. If we talk about those numbers, I mean, I don't know how far we are. I'm not a numbers person, but this is a lot of people. But if we were holding up a dollar bill and I asked you, what's in the center of the dollar bill, you would tell me George Washington, thank you. But what if I were the one holding up the bill to you, and so what I was looking at was the other side of the bill? And I would say, no, that's not what's in the middle of the dollar bill. It's the word one. So who's right? We're both right. So all of the different perspectives have validity. That's a little better when you do it in person, but kind of helps you a little bit. Perspectives, again, the venue, and I tried to be as sensitive as I could be about the images shown, given the audience. But, you know, where you were at the venue can, you know, your perspective depends on where you were when it happened, what part of the venue, where you went to after it happened. However, the way the brain works, remember we talked about the survival mode, and what happens to me when I go into survival mode is different than the person next to me when they go into survival mode. Because based on my past experiences, my brain does what it thinks it needs to do to survive. And so whichever of my 5 senses is the most important to that survival is the one that's the most active And for me, that might be different than you. And so there were literally people together side by side at the incident who look at each other and say, remember seeing all those red cups everywhere on the ground? And the other person is saying, what I remember is all the cowboy hats. I remember speaking with a survivor who said to me, a year later, she was trying to understand what was happening and her responses, and she said, I really don't like the sound of helicopters. And I said, do you know that there were helicopters there that night? And she looked very puzzled, and she said there were. So her brain in her memory wasn't remembering the helicopters, but her body was, and that her sense of hearing was. So that's a little bit of an example of how different parts of the brain were active at different times. So whether you were looking at things on Facebook, reviewing files, whether you were driving a truck trying to get people to safety, whether you were driving a taxi or an ambulance or you're in the hospital, your perspective is different based on where you were sitting or seated or where you were at the time. Yet they're all valid. They're all valid perspectives. So a few quotes, around the 3-year mark, with everything being different because of COVID, there was a lot of conversation around whether to reconvene at the venue. So there was, one response that we noticed on Facebook said, I'll always be there. It's very important to go back. Someone mentioned earlier in the comments the name of this memorial, and we've learned at the center that we don't always know the right words to use. And we've made some mistakes in that way, and we appreciate those who have helped us try to get to a better place with that. But we would send out emails that said, Dear Survivor, or survivors, or we would use that term survivor. And actually, there are people who weren't there that were listed because they were the bereaved. And so one actually did say to me, I'm not a survivor, my family and I are victims. Someone said to me 18 months afterward, my scars aren't on the outside where others can see them. Sometimes I wish they were, meaning maybe then they would understand that I'm hurting, because the hurt wasn't something they could see. On the outside, they looked okay. Another responder, again, the absent one, I wasn't in town, so I felt guilty I wasn't there to help with the work. But later, my job was to review all the reports. So I felt then exposed to it, but she was asking me, do I count? Am I impacted? Do I get services? Can I get help? What does that mean? There's someone who said I was there with my husband, but he dealt with it so differently. I feel alone. So even though I live in the house with someone else who was there, they were feeling alone. I hate it because my brain understands what is happening, but my gut reaction is fight or flight when fireworks happen. So again, survival mode, when you first think that something is fireworks, your brain does one thing, but then when it suddenly realizes it's actually bullets, your brain is going to kick into a different mode. But now fireworks can trigger that same reaction. And then they are a community. They are very connected. They very much support and want to help each other. And one of the comments, at least we have each other. Oh, and also Xanax. So have you ever been to a painting party or one of those paint and wine or paint, whatever those, I don't know, they call them different things. Now they don't have them. They're virtual. You can't do them in person. But so when you go to one of these painting parties, which we were able to do one, we had a volunteer who led it for us. And so there's a picture here, it's up on a screen, and she's got her example, and she is describing exactly how to paint the picture. We had about 20 or so people there. Do you think any two pictures turned out the same? No, they did not. And that's because everybody, you know, some people intentionally put their own flair or color to it. And others, you know, you can be listening to the same exact instructions and it can still turn out different. And so one person said to me, you know, there are 22,000 different ways to respond or to react or to heal. So again, on perspectives, there are so many different things that the community does to do their own healing. And so this is just some of the things that were found on Facebook, a picture from the healing garden. And it's interesting too, you know, among the first responder community, most of the time I hear either I didn't do enough, or I don't want to be called a hero, I was just doing my job. Or they just felt very helpless to do what they needed to do, or they feel like they should not be impacted by what happened because it's their job. They're supposed to be dealing with things like this, not at this level. Also, you don't get past it. It's not something you put behind you, but hopefully you do get through it. That's our hope for everyone. And memorials and gatherings and times to honor and respect are very important. So this memorial is also very important. You're dealing with people, on the next slide, there are continuums, and you're dealing with people on the entire spectrum, the entire continuum, their physical and or emotional proximity to the event, their readiness for healing, their perception and their context, support and relationships. You've got people on both ends and everywhere in the middle that are going to have ideas and thoughts on the memorial. So I kind of thought, let's do this impact continuum that they gave us in a report from 2004, and let's try and apply it here. So you've got the victims, the injured, the bereaved, and the responders. But what about everyone else? The students of the teacher who died, the wait staff. I spoke with someone who said, I waited on these people. I spoke to someone who said, he was sitting at the healing garden, looking at the wall, very upset. And so I asked, you know, do you know someone? And he said, I don't recognize any of them, but they all had to have walked past my bar because they all had to have walked past my bar to get in. Why don't I recognize any of them? Very, very upset about that. Classmates of people who were there, friends and family, your government officials, whatever you think of them, they were highly impacted. They were needing to do things, take care of things. But nobody could fix this. Nobody could make it better. Click again, I think there's a few more. Neighbors, employers, the MAC staff, and people were brought, the MAC and the FAC were in place longer than is usual. And so, you know, people were being brought in to help with those tasks that was not their usual job. They were not accustomed to being exposed to those things, in addition to the fact that it was a lot to be exposed to, even if you were accustomed to it. I think we have a few more. The food trucks, the physicians and surgeons. I spoke to a surgeon he was a neurosurgeon, operated on people who had bullet wounds to the brain, to the head. But he wasn't a staff at the hospital. He was on contract. He was helping out. So when the hospital did things to help and to let people to do things to help them recover and gather and offer services. He wasn't aware of those and he was left out. Again, the healing garden staff, the media. So why do we, I don't know, the media, we love them, we hate them. They are trying to do their job. Some of them are doing a great job of helping get the word out and share stories. Some of them we're not as happy with. But I will tell you that we know of people who had to leave that job because covering this and dealing with this for 3 years from their seat was too much. I think there's a few more. The hospital staff, the community, the Good Samaritans, staff and the stagehands. I think there's a few more. These are blank because I don't know. I don't know who else. And we're going to keep discovering people. And you can scroll through. I added a few more blank circles just because I couldn't come up with a neat little picture like they did. This is too messy. It's too much. So the circles of impact are huge. There are endless intersections. There's movement within the communities. How can we measure this? And we continue to create people who are impacted. So these pictures are from a very unique event that was held at the 3-year called Healing Inc. And these tattoo artists from all over the world, apparently famous tattoo artists, I don't know their fame, but they helped these survivors create the design they wanted to be permanent, a permanent memorial on their body, either to cover a scar or a wound, or to make it not as painful, not as to look prettier, to look better, or to create some type of memorial. And if you look at the bottom picture, I don't know if you can see it close enough, but this gentleman, Southpaw, one of the artists and one of the organizers of the event, by looking at this picture and the expression on his face, I see that we've created someone else who's impacted. Because he's connected very closely with a survivor and heard their story. You can see him twice because he actually went to someone. They did one in the parlor and they did one, or the studio, I'm sorry. And but they also went to someone's home because they couldn't get to the studio. Now we've got a bunch of tattoo artists all over the country, and I spoke with them and they were highly impacted after having done this event. So again, I'm better at interactive kinds of presentations, and I am not a PowerPoint specialist. So it was I apologize if it was a little disjointed, but hopefully some of the message or most of the message was important or was understood. And I hope you find it helpful. It's huge. It's just huge.
Thank you, Terry.
Yeah,
Thank you, Carissa. Carissa's one of the people that was supposed to talk with me in the very beginning, and I learned so much from talking with her, so thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from committee members? I get the benefit of working with Terry day in and day out. We work hand in hand on everything we do because the messaging and the behavioral health aspect is so important to pull into everything that we do. We have to be mindful of that. So I get the benefit of working with her every day. So.
No, I just want to say thank you. And I think that this presentation highlights the importance of this moment, right? And the importance of this project. And I love that you offered blank circles, Terry, because I think it really exposes that so many people will continue, to be impacted. And I think that's important.
Yeah, one of the things that about this particular event is unless there was a police report, or you went to the Family Assistance Center, or you went to the Resiliency Center when it first opened, we didn't know who all was impacted. We had to invite people to come to us in every way that we possibly could. And that is something that the committee also has to do. You do have the benefit. We do know now many more who were there and impacted, but there was no list, there was no itinerary or, passenger list or anything like that. You have to open the invitation and hope that people will share. And we know that many people still are waiting and wondering if they're just gonna get through it on their own or if they can use some help.
Yeah, thanks, Terry. I noticed on your PowerPoint you had the Nevada Department of Transportation. I don't know why they were on there, but can you share with the committee?
So there's things that we learned as we move forward. And so they were the people managing the traffic cameras. It's my understanding. I could have that wrong. That might be the exact department. There were people asked to use the traffic cameras to try and see and understand what was happening and what was going on. There were people who had to block off streets and put up barricades and things of that nature. I can't imagine what it was like to be sitting behind that camera, trying to see what was happening. That's exposure. That's exposure, that population exposure model that somebody wrote in 2004 was not thinking about.
Exactly. I remember too also hearing about the staff that were answering the phones with Nevada 211. And they had, frantic families and friends from all over the country and the world calling and needing information, and them also trying to figure out what was going on. And it was a very traumatic experience. And they ended up staffing up a whole, call center staff. And they were doing this for quite a while, and it was very traumatic. It's just so many ripples, so many different perspectives, and so many different intersections that change those perspectives, and in different places in their healing and compounding situations, their own personal circumstances. So I really appreciate your presentation and how it kind of opens our mind to all the different impacts on different individuals. So thank you.
Yeah, and the taxi cab authority, nobody asked me about that one, but they were managing who could go in to the Family Assistance Center. So they were having to turn people away because the Family Assistance Center was there for a very specific purpose. And that was difficult. Watching the people come in who were grieving, wondering about their loved ones, and having to turn people away. Again, a staff at the hospital who were trying to help those who are worried about a loved one or there with an injured loved one. They were impacted. So it's beyond measure in my opinion in terms of the impact. And so I would challenge anyone to walk, well, I can't say go outside right now, I guess, or go to the store, or I don't know where we can go, but if you start a conversation, you will find someone who knows somebody who is somehow connected or who just remembers it and knows about it and feels it. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. It's been very thorough, or either that or wore everyone out because it's getting late. And Anita was a tough act to follow, I have to say that.
She was a tough act to follow. Your presentation was great. I appreciate that. I think there's, one thing that we need to think about as a committee is what is the impact of this work on us also? And, that self-care component, that self-awareness component, because I know through the work that I've done, it has impacted me greatly. So it's just always important to be mindful that, trauma does kind of, it's not the full impact of the trauma, but you do get some of that and some of the impact. And so that might be something that we want to discuss in the future, but just wanted to put that out there. Any other comments or questions from committee members?
I had one. We know that I have personally heard of people, coworkers, that their then family members were in attendance and have not reached out to the Resiliency Center. Can you give us a phone number and a way, can you talk about that, just a little process for those that haven't reached out, how that could help?
Absolutely. So the center is not physically open right now, and Tennille can probably speak to some of this better than I can, but we are answering the phones and we are answering emails. So there is, and we have a website where we have a lot of resources and ways to contact us and ways to sign up. So we really like it when people contact us to help them find the resources that they need, because by doing that, we find a new resource that's not only available to them, but then it's available to the next person who needs it. So I've connected with probably 250 or so mental health providers all over the country and in other countries. And sometimes I contact them and they're like, oh yeah, I'm already working with a survivor from that incident or someone who was impacted, and which is amazing. And they have a place in their heart for this. So people will reach out to us. We want to be there when they're ready. We understand that it's important to be ready. And if all you're ready to do is call us and say, hey, I was there, that's great. We'll let you know, and you'll have access to more information and resources and updates. We are adding services and adding from what we learn all the time. So there's also information on our website that people can access just to learn more about, what is trauma? What does therapy look like? What are some other things besides therapy that I can do? We have some support groups in place that are virtual. We're now getting ready to offer trauma recovery yoga and meditation and mindfulness and other kinds of things virtually. And when someone comes to me, it's a great opportunity to help find that resource, see it's trauma informed, see if I can help it become trauma informed. We're trying to educate our community and our providers. We have survivors who are now fairly far along in their healing journey, and they want to help other survivors. So we're starting a peer support program. So there's really going to be a lot of different things available. And if we don't know you're there, we can't be as helpful as we want to be. So thank you for bringing that up. We do hope that people will go to our website, call us, or email us, and we do our best to respond as quickly as we possibly can to each individual according to what they need. And the other thing that happens, like I said, when someone contacts us or helps educate us or gives us more information about the impact on them, it's really paid forward, because then we've learned something that we use for the next person. Did that answer your question? I kind of went on a tangent there.
No, it was perfect. Thank you. I also want to say that a couple of our attendees that aren't really able to chat with everyone had responded with some great additional information. So I went ahead and pushed that back out to everyone with the Vegas Strong And then another person had mentioned that there's many online support groups run by the VSRC and California Victim Compensation Board as well.
Yeah, there is a project in Southern California that is fairly new, that is beginning to add virtual support groups and hopes to do in person when that becomes an option. And they are also offering some specific services and supports to those in Southern California, all of California, really.
All right, thank you, Terry. I'm so sorry about the noise. They're cleaning my carpets today because I was supposed to be I was supposed to be at the government center. Any more comments or questions from the committee? All right, with that, I will open public comment on this agenda item only. If you want to make public comment, please raise your hand, state your name, spell your last name, and state your address. You'll have 3 minutes. If you have comments beyond 3 minutes, we respectfully request that you email those into the committee. Any public comments?
Yes, we do have one from Alicia. Alicia, I'm going to unmute you right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for all of the presenters who have presented today. You've done a fabulous job. Terry, I just want to say I appreciate your presentation. I've had to step away a couple times throughout the presentations today, so I'll go back and rewatch them. But yours was very powerful in showing how large this community is of people that have been impacted. And therefore, it goes back to what Anita said. Be patient in the collaboration efforts as you guys move forward in this, because it is so large, and why the town meetings I think will be so impactful and powerful. So I appreciate each and every one of you and the jobs that you're doing. I am a survivor as well, and I'm sorry I didn't. My name is Alicia Murkey. It's M-I-E-R-K-E. I'm in Henderson, Nevada, here in Las Vegas. So anyway, thank you guys again for your works here, and I look forward to seeing how it all keeps evolving as the times go on. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other public comments?
No.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will go ahead and close agenda item number 7, and we will open agenda item number 8. This will be a report by staff regarding monthly summary of activities. This is not an action item. And with that, I will turn the time over to Poonam, Sharon, and Mickey.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and all of you that we cannot see at all who are listening or watching from home. And let me just quickly say to Mickey, who 24 hours ago pivoted everything to put this into a virtual context, you're doing great. You're doing great. So thank you for that. Boy, some rich, I have pages of notes and I've got lots of soul food to ponder. So the presentations have been wonderful. So the thing I want to now talk to you about, I am actually reaffirmed by what we heard from Anita, what we heard from Terry, and frankly, a lot of the rich conversation and questions that all of you posed. This has to do with how do we work together? How do we stay together? How do we make sure we are as inclusive as is our stated goal and our deep intention? Like, how do we maintain that connectivity and inclusivity? And so here is this thought, and I think it's been borne out by everything that we've heard today. In terms of making sure that we've got right voices from the very beginning, which we've heard several times today is a really important thing to accomplish. Mickey mentioned it, that the construct of the committee is explicitly designed to put it into the DNA, right? So we've got different key constituencies represented on the committee. So I feel like that was a really great thing that the governor and the county commission did, and it set us off in the right way. Then we know that we have an intention, and based on the goal that you've declared, you have said, we will lead a process in which input and engagement from, and you've expressly mentioned victims' families, survivors, first responders, and community members will inform creation. So that's what you declared. Today we heard from Terry that last community member segment has a whole bunch of circles in different colors. It's much bigger than I think any of us contemplated. So here's the thinking is, let's look at this clearly this is a journey with a whole bunch more to do, and it's going to be over a long time. So if we're going on a journey, but we want to get as many people in our little minivan as possible, so that we leave nobody behind, right? And then we will figure out what that journey is going to be comprised of and how it'll reveal, and we'll discover it together. And so here's the notion is that the equivalent of a minivan is to have all of us reach out very energetically to invite people into the minivan so that we can get as many people committed to joining us for the journey as possible. And at times we may turn to the minivan members and say, hey, we're going to do a town hall, and we're really deeply curious about what victims' families feel. So those of you in the minivan who represent victims' families, could we just have a little sidebar conversation? Or it could be that you may at some point have a survey that you want to send out to first responders and say, first responders, we have a specific curiosity about how this decision or idea that we're contemplating would affect you, so please fill out this survey. It could be that we invite everyone in the minivan to a virtual or in-person town hall. We also want the minivan to be inclusive enough to recognize that community extends to 4 states, or 49 states and 4 nations. So it needs to be a minivan without borders, right? And so how do you do that? Well, I think the way that we are contemplating it is probably the right way to do it, and that is to create, I guess in its most basic form, it's an email list, right? But here's the difference, is we're not looking at it like it's a sort of an administrative roster. What we're looking at it is that this is going to be the declaration of a community. And all of us have superpower in extending invitation to extend and expand that community, and we should all use it, right? We can go through organizations, Anita's organization, the Resiliency Center. We've got a great PIO staff, public information staff at the county who can promote that, listen, this is the minivan. If you've got interest, it doesn't matter why you care. If you care and want to be part of a permanent celebration, a permanent memorial, then jump in our minivan with us. So we're calling that an email list, right? Because that's where it starts. And I think that there will be, and here's how you do it. So I'm going to say to all of you on the committee, and then particularly to all of you that are listening, here's how it works. You're going to go to the county's website. And I just did it, so I know exactly what the experience is. It is clarkcountynv.gov/1 October Memorial. When you go there, you'll see this orange button that says email. I think I've forgotten exactly what it says, but something like sign up for emails. Click on that button, and then be careful, because if you're not careful, you're going to be signed up for emails that are newsletters of every county commissioner. You're going to get a bunch of other newsletters, but one of the options in there is the 1 October Memorial. That's the one that we want you to click, and send that to everybody. If you are here with a perspective and an experience that is unique to victims and families, send it out to your circle. Send it out to your extended family and welcome them into the minivan. If you are here with listening and have a unique network within survivors, please send it out. Because the idea is to get as many in our community to join us in this journey that someday is going to end up with a ribbon cutting on a memorial that we will all have contributed to, that we will all have a sort of buy-in and a ownership of. And frankly, in the course of that process, in the course of that journey, there's going to be a lot of different questions that'll come up. And so if we've got the right people in the minivan, then we can turn and ask the right question of the right person or people and be as inclusive as we've been told is essential by Anita. We've been told it by Terry. It is inherently in the DNA of your construct as a committee, so that's good. And now as an action, we're thinking if we do this, community email, it isn't, at the end of the day, it is an email roster, but the intention is to use it as so much more than an email roster. It may be the group that we turn to and say, here's a survey that the survey company would like anyone to fill out, please respond. And that community can grow as the journey continues. So there's no, if you're not on board now, then forever hold your peace. The inclusive commitment to all the key stakeholders is baked into the DNA of the construct of this group. So we have started at the beginning, and now this is the next major way to really expand it. But there will be no deadline. There's no too late, right? At any point, anyone can join. And so that is the suggestion that we want to, that's sort of what we're working towards. And especially after hearing the presentations and all of the discussions that you've had this morning, I feel like we've just been affirmed that not only is that the right way to do, but it certainly makes me more vigorous in trying to just be exhaustive and thinking of how we can get that invitation extended. So working with the organizations that we know of, working with the public information team at Clark County to get the information out, and then all of you on this committee, because you represent different constituency, right after you send your Christmas cards, maybe the very next thing you send is an email saying, hey, join the minivan, jump in the minivan with us, let's go on a journey together. So unless there are any questions, that was sort of the part that I wanted to bring you up to date with.
I love it. Thank you, Poonam. You always put it in such eloquent words, and it is a journey.
It is pretty.
Yeah. Next up is Sharon to talk about surveys.
Hi, yes, I'm actually going to talk about two things that staff has done since our last meeting to keep the process moving forward and gather some more information. The first is the survey. And a couple of weeks ago, Nikki, Tennille, and I met with the Cannon Survey Center to discuss with them what the committee needs to accomplish and talk a little bit about their process. So they sent over a scope late yesterday afternoon, so we haven't had an opportunity to look at that, but we will have that scope at the next meeting. And we will, over the next month, be working to get them through our purchasing processes and everything like that to get that set up to move that process forward. Our department has identified funding. It's actually going to be through our department that's going to fund the survey costs initially. And in talking with the survey center, depending on how quickly the committee can develop that survey, we're anticipating that we could have a survey ready to go out by the end of February. So that's some pretty good progress, and we should be ready to move then. The other thing that we did was reach out to RPM, to the property manager, and had a discussion with him about the information that RPM is going to need to help them looking once we get ready to start talking about location. So he provided me with a list of things that we should consider and narrow down when we're ready to start saying, looking at a location. Obviously, Clark County is a vast county. It's huge with a lot of property, a lot of locations. So we'll need to provide some considerations like, does it need to be, accessible with public transportation? Does it need to have a lot of property? Does it need to have a building? Does it need to have, what amenities does it need? So once we get to that point, we'll be able to provide that to RPM and they will be able to narrow down options for that. And those are the information that we've gained over the past month for the committee. Is there any questions about any of that? Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Sharon. Do I have any other staff members that need to give any updates or want to make an additional comment before we ask Tennille to move forward to the next agenda item? Okay. Seeing none, the last thing I wanted to discuss under staff report is kind of the move forward. And since item number 9, we'll start talking about topics for the future. I would recommend that for our next meeting, or for your next meeting, that we do put on the agenda to have a full discussion about town hall meetings and start to develop, hopefully maybe start to develop those dates and locations and times and identify some of those great things that, you know, I didn't even think of with town halls that Anita and Carissa started to talk about today, about identifying also town hall meetings of particular groups. So that would be my suggestion. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Does anyone have any comments or questions on agenda item number 8? Nope, I don't see any. So we will close agenda item number 8. And I'm going to open agenda item number 9, which is a discussion regarding topics for future agenda by the committee members. This is solely referring to future agenda items. So these are just proposed and it could be on a future agenda. So kind of looking at our presentations, looking at where we are right now, there were several things that stuck out in my mind that I think need to be, you know, further up in the beginning. So the collecting information and outreach, I think, go hand in hand, and that collecting information is really, I think, our surveys and our town halls. I think that's going to give us a good general framework, like what experience are they looking for? You know, like big picture stuff. So then we can move further down into more of the nitty gritty. But I think at the same time that we're doing those, I think we need to look at fundraising. I think that it should go along the same path. So, you know, I'm thinking maybe take Anita's suggestion on contacting some of the foundations that handle the financial aspect of the other memorials and seeing if maybe we can get a presentation or some information to kind of help us guide us on that. And at the same time, be working the surveys and town halls. So that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Can I add in on that for 1 second? This is Minda Smith. My understanding is that there's quite controversy between the Pulse Memorial, and I would love to find out more on that because I believe that it's a company or some sort of organization that's actually going to be running it and making a profit on it. And my understanding is that there's quite a few people upset over that. So I would love to kind of get more information on that, you know, because we definitely don't want to open any doors that's going to make anyone upset. So it's best to learn from others. So I would love to know more about how they're running that particular memorial.
And I don't want to discuss it because we're not supposed to discuss in this item, but Minda, there are some articles out there, and I would be happy to send those articles to the committee that explain some of that is a controversy there.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So this is Tennille. So maybe maybe we could gather some information on the different setups, the different ways that they establish their foundations, whether, you know, it's a nonprofit or what have you. to kind of look at how we want to do ours. I think that would be good. Go ahead, Poonam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. To just sort of use a highlighter to celebrate what you just said, I think that would be really helpful to have other communities sort of, if we did a few questions that we could get consistent answers from other communities about, in terms of what was the construct, in terms of the building or getting it initially. Was it nonprofit? Was it government money? Was it combination of the other? And then the third part what might be useful to you would be to also inquire about what the ongoing maintenance, I think Mr. Creel didn't mention it, what are the ongoing costs and how are they being dealt with? It could be that a government or a community steps up and says, we'll build it, but there's going to be a forever component to that obligation as well. And so maybe we can sort of put a rubric together to guide the other communities in terms of what we're looking for specifically, and it'll give you a nice apples comparison. And even if we ask them what they think their positives and what were their own positives and negatives in terms of how they did it, what might they do differently?
Yeah, I love that idea. And I think in hearing those perspectives, I would be interested in knowing if any of the other committees or groups hosted fundraisers that dueled as a fundraiser, but also a gathering and healing event for the community we're supporting. So whether that looked like a gala or whether that was, an event with schools, whatever it may be, I would be interested to know what that looked like, what support was needed for an event like that. Because I think especially with the community we're supporting is very active. I mean, I've been to some of the anniversary events, and the community is so gracious and does want to connect with each other and hear stories. So I think that potentially could be a very successful avenue for us in raising funds.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Looks like Robert has a comment. Go ahead, Robert.
Is he on mute?
You're on mute, sir.
Dr. Fielding, I'll get you unmuted.
Huh?
All right, you're unmuted.
Am I? Oh, thank you. So, and as follow-up to Terry's presentation, and also with Poonam's about who all we put in the van with us, I think each of us, as members of the committee, for the next meeting, should be able to provide you names of groups and associations that we can use in starting to reach out to. So if we could get a copy of Terry's bubble diagram with all of those different groups, I think we could organize our thoughts around that as committee members, and then be able to provide Mickey before the next meeting with those groups and associations and things that we could reach out to immediately.
This is Tanil. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Robert. I think that goes to Poonam's, point to have us in our fields, in our bubbles, right? To reach out. I know the Resiliency Center, we are more than happy to send out a communication to direct people to sign up to get in the minivan. Absolutely. And then I think maybe for next meeting, we can have the county PIO come and help us, look at all those other bubbles, because there are many, and just make sure that we're doing the outreach as effectively as possible. But that, the outreach it will be a continuum. It will continue on. And so I think getting a really good start there.
Okay.
Tanil, we have a public request that I think is a good one, is It's asked, can we visually show at the next meeting, getting on how to find our webpage and how to get signed up for that email list? That was a great suggestion. Thank you.
That is a great suggestion, and I think that would be something really easy to put into the PIO's presentation and help on this point. So thank you. Any other thoughts on the upcoming meetings?
Is there, in addition to showing folks how to sign up to get information on the community and be a part of this, is there an official graphic or something that we can share aside from a link? For example, if I connect through the survivor community mostly on social media, is there an official graphic from our, PIO office or the marketing team who can help us ensure that we're all sharing the same thing? I don't know if that looks like a flyer, if that, a digital flyer, or what that looks like, aside from just sharing the link, to provide some context on what that link is. I'm not sure if that's something we want to put on the next agenda, or if that's something that's already been created, but I think that would be helpful.
Go ahead, Poonam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I keep forgetting, my name is Poonam Mathur. So I would say to the staff, I wonder, this seems like if we're going to invite the PIOs to attend a subsequent meeting, this is so in their wheelhouse. They're so good at this. But I think what I heard Vice Chair Weiss, got that right, suggest was some kind of a visual something that then becomes consistent every time we're promoting the link. Did I summarize that properly? And so that's such in the wheelhouse of our top-notch team. I wonder whether we could ask them to sort of put it in as a honeydew item on their list for January. That's a technical term, honeydew item.
Yes.
Any other thoughts on upcoming meetings?
Yeah, sorry, my daughter's on the phone. Okay, so sounds good. I'm trying to wait till she finishes, but she's here, she's done. Yeah, do you think that at some point on the agenda, we should put that we, address the number of the 58? I know that has been the majority of our write-in concerns, and know how to deal with that most delicately. Is that something that needs to be put on the agenda at some point?
This is to know. Oh, Poonam, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Committee Member Smith. So just a suggestion from the consultant is, this may be one where the process is going to be one of expressing curiosity to the community as a way to inform decisions and conclusions that you may draw. So while I know that there is a desire to get to clarity on this specific topic, you just maybe putting the cart ahead of the horse a little bit, right? So this may be something that once we get people in the minivan, it could be a conversation that you engage the larger community in. And so if there's a willingness, I think the recommendation would be to let it sort of be addressed in the due course of your engagement and curiosity and deliberative process.
I do understand that, Poonam, and I appreciate that. I think that there is a huge fear amongst the families that, and as well as some of the survivors, that we're going to get deep into this, and then it's going to be something that is going to be hurtful to hearts, instead of looking forward to something in the future that could be a representation of the survivors, of those who have fought, who died that night, who have died since then. I mean, I think there's a kind of a fear in that, and I just don't know how we can kind of put that give a peace of mind with that. I'm not sure, but I fully understand that this process is something that we'll be developing and that, you know, we need to kind of have a flexibility because there are no answers of what this will look like. And, but I think that sensitivity is a fear right now with many people.
This is Tanel. I'm hearing Poonam's point, and I'm hearing Minda's point, and I'm thinking, like, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, right? I don't want to do that. I want to continue the dialogue and get the input. But would it make sense to do a presentation to discuss that particular issue as a way to pull them into the minivan, you know, to talk about it and say, you know, not have an action item, you know, it wouldn't be an action item, but to talk about it and how this process will incorporate their points of view, and that they will, you know, that we will do our best to incorporate those different points of view and experiences. Would that be helpful, or not? Go ahead,
Poonam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Poonam Mathur. I think sure, I mean, anytime that we can engage in conversation about things that we're not seeing the same way, to the dollar bill, we have different perspectives, it's valuable. And this is not necessarily, the larger question of how things are defined is not in the purview of this committee, right? And so it is at a pay grade, I don't know how else to put it, it's at a pay grade higher. And so we are tasked with gaining input to inform your recommendations for what you think the 1 October permanent memorial ought to be. Right? And so I don't know that first, even if this committee made a choice about that one spec related to the permanent 1 October memorial, I don't know that it would give peace to the families because it's simply the memorial. It's not the larger question of how we define it. And so I just want to, I wouldn't want to create any false hopes for people that if we discussed it at this committee and if this committee, for example, became clear at preserving, I'll just take hypothetical, if you as a group said we define it as 58. Even if you did that, it doesn't change that people outside of this committee at pay grades higher than us have, you know, defined it differently.
Yeah, and Poonam, I think that's accurately and beautifully said. And I think we all collectively have our own emotions and viewpoints on this, right? And I always think when I start getting anxious, emotional, you know, have all the thoughts, I think back to what was our call to action, what was our promise to the community, right? And we promised to lead a process. We did not promise to define the moment in history, to define all of the details. And I'm with you, Minda, because we connect with people on a daily basis that this is causing a lot of emotional pain for. And I don't know what that looks like and what the words are, but my biggest regret as a committee would be to harm more, right? And we have to open that up to the community. We're welcoming people into the van and we will ask those questions through this process. But we as a committee, aside from our own emotions and our own beliefs around what things shouldn't, we have to be open to what the public says, right? And what the public wants to see from this process. And while we have heard, and I'm so thankful for the people that have provided public comment and have offered their insights, we haven't even created the bus full yet, right? So we don't know what other perspectives are to come down the road. And I think to say what that is or what that isn't yet would be premature of us. And I just ask for grace and understanding and patience for those that have, you know, walked through us and have attended meetings from the beginning with us. Like, we're with you and wanting to know what that will look like, but I don't think we can say that yet or open that up for, per se, a vote or whatever that conversation looks like yet. As much as our hearts ache to understand and clarify, I don't know that we can yet.
One things I'm hearing with what Poonam talked about is maybe this committee asking or directing to have a response from Clark County, from the Board of County Commissioners, or from the county manager on this topic.
And to sorry, Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, please go, Poonam.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, this is Poonam Mathur. So the part of what we have thought about is making a request because you are a construct of the Board of County Commissioners, to actually go and say to them, we're going to keep going on our process. And if you could give us some clarity, that would be great. But at some point, whatever is decided on that topic doesn't need to be what guides you, meaning your job is to gather input and engagement from victims, families, survivors, first responders, and community members to inform the creation of a permanent 1 October memorial. So whatever happens, just to play out the what ifs, right? And so the I don't know if it's a controversy or a lack of alignment in the definition between one governmental entity and the other, right? Is sort of how it looks. The conversation we had is that we could go to the county because they are ultimately sort of the constructor of this committee and say, is there any clarification you'd like to provide us? We're going to proceed based on the job as you've defined it to us, which is to seek community input to guide our own thinking, and that's exactly what we intend to do. And so we end up at the same place as the other agencies end up, okay, but it may not be the case. It depends on the will of the community.
Tania Pereira, for the record. That's exactly right, Poonam. So I think, do we ask Clark County then to clarify? And would that be something then that we share have shared at a committee meeting, and then explain our process and how that would impact, if anything at all, just so that people understand, that where it comes into play with this committee and what our role is in regards to that number.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Dr. Filden, please. You're on mute.
Okay, great. So I'm going to go back to Poonam's minivan. And I think that when we do broach that issue with the county commission, we probably should be able to present to them both sides of the question so that we can give them more definitive information on what kind of response perhaps they either want to make at this time and give us more defining guidelines, or if they prefer for us to wait until a later date.
Dr. Pilden, Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
Madam Chair, thank you. Through you to Dr. Pilden. Dr. Pilden, I would observe that I think that's beyond your job, right? Yours is not to, the very specific task that you are asked to deliver is recommendations on the permanent 1 October memorial. nowhere in your job description or bylaws does it say, and provide input on public policy issues.
That's right.
So I would discourage you from doing that.
Yeah.
Seeking clarification, certainly, but in terms of getting into presenting arguments, or I feel like that's well beyond where you ought to be and where you're sort of mandated to be.
Thumbs up.
Thank you, Poonam. Any other discussion on that or future agenda items? No. Okay. Looks like we can close out.
I do, if I, sorry, just,
Go ahead, Poonam.
Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind, I feel like I do want to just punctuate this conversation, because it still hasn't brought the clarity that the families of victims are seeking. So I just want to acknowledge that. And maybe this is the part of the advice that we were given by Anita, who said in response to what's the single most important piece of advice, you got to remember what she said was, be patient with the collaborative process. Yeah. I know that on something so profound, that is a big ask, right? To be patient. Yeah. I just felt the need to just punctuate that conversation by speaking specifically to the families of victims who need and deserve and will receive clarity. It just isn't going to be as quickly as they would want it.
Thank you, Poonam. So if there's no more comments from the committee, I'll go ahead and open up for public comment on this agenda item only, agenda item 8. If anyone has public comment on this, please raise your hand, state your name, spell your last name, state your address, and please limit to 3 minutes. If you would go over the 3 minutes, we respectfully request that you submit those in writing to the email.
And Tanil, to clarify, public comment could not be made on agenda item number 9. You do need to move it to agenda item number 10, which is comments for general public, if that's okay.
Okay, sorry. Forget what I said before.
It's all relevant. It's the same thing.
I'm going to go ahead and close agenda item number 9. We are going to open agenda item number 10, which is general public comments on the matters that are relevant to the 1 October Memorial Committee, not the specific agenda items. So anyone that has public comment on that, please step forward, raise your hand, state your name, spell your last name, state your address, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Any general public comment?
Yes, so we have Connie. Connie, I'm going to unmute you.
Hi, Connie Long in, L-O-N-G, in Riverside, California. I had a couple comments. One, and I don't know where this would be placed on the next agenda or potentially a survey, but it seems pretty set in stone because you keep calling it the 1 October Memorial. We don't call it that in the survivor world or in the larger community other than we hear it when we're in Las Vegas. So we would ask that be considered how this memorial is going to be addressed in the future. The second thing is that I drive a pretty big bus of 4,000 or minivan, it needs to be a bus, in one of the groups that I coordinate. Additionally, I'm the person that does all of the anniversary get-togethers in Las Vegas for the last 3 years. The first year we brought together 3,000, the next year 2,000, and this year, even with COVID, between 300 and 400 showed up. And we do run that as a fundraising event. So I would like to offer that for 2021 as a way to raise funds. We've raised pretty significant dollar amounts with minimal charge for people to come together. And so I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. We've already started planning, so I just wanted to share that information.
Thank you for your comment, Connie, and thank you for the work that you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment?
Alicia, you did make a comment in the notes. Would you want to raise your hand to speak again? I don't see her. No.
Okay.
Oh, yes, sorry. She just raised it. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you. Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't find my hand to raise it.
Sure.
This is Alicia Murkey, Mierke, Henderson, Nevada. And my comment just was in the notes that if we could do some kind of visual in regards to the Clark County website to get people registered for the newsletter, kind of piggybacking on what Carissa had said as well, in formulating some kind of consistent information that goes out is what I'd like to see try to happen maybe for the next, either next agenda or following January agenda. So that was basically my comment. Thank you for bringing that up, Nikki.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Not seeing any. I will also note that if anyone desires to provide written general comment on an item not appearing on this agenda that's in our general jurisdiction, to please submit it by 3 p.m. Oh, it says November 23rd. But you can submit your comments to the website 1 October Memorial at clarkcountynv.gov. And with that, I will go ahead and close agenda item number. Oh.
Sorry, one other thing I did forget to state to you is, as far as board members go, in your backup materials today, you will see the public comments that have come in through that email address, 1 October Memorial. That was from the date of last meeting on up until 2 days ago at 3 p.m. So that's where that number comes into play. Additionally, there was some conversation about what happens with those emails, those initial emails that came in back in before our October 28th meeting. And so you will be able to view those emails. Those are on record, and that is attached and part of the meeting minutes. How we're facilitating those emails is we are not using the people's email addresses. We're just taking out the contents of the email and placing those one after another in the meeting minutes. And we are not using your signature line. So we are just putting that text of what you have sent us. So I would, moving forward, how that should work though, is you should be identifying, you need to identify in that email if this is public comment. So it has to be attached to an agenda item and you get that agenda item through our website. You'll see the agenda and you can identify, well, I'm speaking about this agenda item. Or if you are making the public comment portion, just make sure that you identify this is a public comment portion of the memorial. That way we're not, there's a lot of email correspondence where people are asking about general things, when's the meeting, some particular stuff, and we don't know what we need to put on public comment and what is just a personal dialogue between something you want to talk to the board about and yourself independently from that. So be very clear moving forward what we need to do. And all of that information that I just said You can read that on our agendas, that very first page, that big blob of text that you get in the agenda. In it, it states it very clearly how to submit for public comment. So please review, check that to be able to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. All right, with that, I'm going to close agenda item number 10, and we're going to move to agenda item number 11, which is discussion of future meeting schedule. So it's the fourth Wednesday of each month, beginning at 9 a.m. Our next meeting is scheduled for December 23rd, and then the following will be January 27th. Any discussion on these?
Harold Bradford speaking. I stated last month that I wouldn't be there on the 20 in December for the December meeting, but if we're going to do it on Zoom, I can do it from wherever I am. So I'm planning on being in New Orleans, so depending on the virus and that type of thing. But I will if we're holding it on the Zoom site, I'll definitely be there.
Okay, thank you, Harold. Is anyone else, could it possibly be an issue December 23rd? I'm not seeing any.
Yeah, I would like to make the recommendation, just because we don't know what's going on with COVID. We know there's a 3-week pause, but for the sake and the timing and everything else, that we go ahead and just state that this meeting come December 23rd at 9 a.m. should be held via WebEx again.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mickey. And that should make your job easier next time. So, and we'll see you, Harold, then at the 23rd.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Any other discussion on future meetings? Not seeing any. I will go ahead and close agenda item number 11. We will move to agenda item number 12. Do we have a motion on that for adjournment and a second?
You actually don't need a motion.
Okay, so we'll go to agenda item number 12, which is adjournment. And I will just tell all of you happy Thanksgiving. Thank you everyone that participated in this meeting.
Same to you. God bless.
Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.